All right. Shabbat shalom. Shabbat shalom. What's going on, family? Thank you for tuning in to Freestyle Friday. I'm your host, Brother DivineProspect, and you've entered into the Kingdom Harbinger Ministries YouTube channel. All right. So, it's a couple of updates we're going to go over, and then from there, we're going to get into the meat and potatoes of our session, as well as you guys can continue to give your input, place your concerns, questions, etc. into the chat. And then, as we always do, we're going to open up the live towards the end for an open forum discussion. All right. So make sure you guys have your pens and papers handy to get ready to take some notes. Okay. I'm gonna give a couple of shout outs and a few, but first let me get started with these updates, and then after the updates, and we can transition into everything else that's coming on up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So let's make sure, give you another minute or two to come on in. Roland R. Walker says no books this week. Yes, there actually is a book. I'm going to show you what that is. I didn't post it yet on the Patreon as far as the actual Patreon page, but it is in the it's in the folder. Okay. But I'll show you what it is, and then I'll set that up at the end of this session. All right. And also, if I'm not too tired, what I'm probably going to do is record a quick Sabbath message for tomorrow for you guys. I know you guys have been asking me about that, to do a Sabbath message. I think what I'm going to do is just record before I go to bed after Freestyle Fridays and schedule it to show up on Saturday. If that's something you guys want, hit 1 so I know, and I can take some time and do that for you guys. All right. So just hit 1 if you want some Sabbath messages going forward. Just let me know. All right. Okay. So I'm just going to give it another second for you to join on in. Make sure you guys share this link. Share this link. Make sure you hit the thumbs up on your way in. All right. Share the link. Hit the thumbs up on the way in. All right. Now, what you see behind me is this plain black, and I had my my green screen before that I was using, and I had the slogan on the back of me on that green screen. However, I'm in the process of ordering a vinyl backdrop, which will have no wrinkles, as you can see, and then it'll have the tagline and the logo on it. So just never mind the backdrop for now. Again, I was just testing out to see how things go. The last session I had, which was this past Sunday, wow, I wanted to go live during the week before then, but I didn't get a chance to, so y'all forgive me with that. Let me fix some of these things here so it can look better. If the audio and video is good, hit 2. If the audio and video is good, hit 2. If it's not, hit 3. If the audio and video is good, hit 2. If it's not, hit 3. All right. Let me know. And also let me know if you guys prefer this type of setup as opposed to me sitting right in front of the screen. If you like this setup, let me know. Just say yay or nay in the chat. All right. So the audio and video is good. That's good. That's good. All right. No buffering, no freezing up, anything like that. So that's cool. Okay. All right. Okay. So y'all want a Sabbath message. You're saying the audio and video is good. And y'all saying yay and nay. Okay. Somebody says nay. Oh, okay. We got one nay. All right. So you prefer me to be up close? That's what you prefer? You don't like this setup? I got the menorah in front of me. This is really my son's menorah, but I'm borrowing it until he gets of age. And then this nice velvet kind of material here, this royal blue. I think this is really good. Brings things out a little bit more. So maybe it's just me. If you guys don't like it, then I'll probably switch it up some other time. You let me know if you like what design better. Whatever is aesthetically pleasing to you guys, that will keep you engaged for the duration of our show. that is what we're going to do. All right. Do it for the nation. All right. Well, let me know if he shows up. If he shows up, you can definitely jump on once I'm finished discussing what I have for tonight. Bruce Williams says he hears a slight echo. Does anybody else hear a slight echo? Let me know. All right. Let me know. Now this show, I'm going to explain to you real quick and then get into the intro and then transition to the lesson. This show is a, I'm going to give a shout out. Let me give a shout out to Little John, Willie Little John. He says he's happy he's catching it live. So I'm glad you're enjoying that. And then, and thank you for the donation, my brother. And also to my brother, Dimitri Elda, still asked me for the t-shirts. I know, I got you. I got you. We're working on our merchandise team so that way we can have somebody to take care of that. So you ain't got to ask that multiple times. So I understand. All right. Everybody was saying there's no echo. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. No echo. All right. So the purpose of this show, I've done lectures on this subject matter. I've done teleconferences and all this stuff. You can go back and check out. Ace says, "You okay, brother Prospect? You seem subdued." Yeah, I'm subdued. I'm a little tired. I ain't gonna lie. I had a long day. So I'm just kicking it, laying back right now, preserving some energy. Oh, I'm sorry, Willie Little John. I didn't know you was a woman. My apologies. Thank you for the donation, sis. I appreciate that. But I had a long day today, so I'm trying to reserve as much energy as I can in the event that I have to turn up towards the end, because, you know, somebody's always going to jump on here, disagree, and, you know, have to get that smoke. So, you know, I'm just going to save it up for then. Sister Ya Asantawa, yes, that's one of the things contributing to it as well. But nonetheless, you know, I'm here by Yah's grace and his mercy. To do as well. And this is what I'm here to do. Shout out to my brother Randall Hall for the donation. Thank you so much, my brother, for the donation. I appreciate that. All right. So I'm doing this show. Is this coincidental that my brother Zion Lex has been doing a couple of things in regards to thank you, sis. The souls of our answer for the donation. I appreciate that, man. Y'all already being extremely generous, and I didn't even get started with the show yet. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all for that. I know y'all was like, man, you know, we wanted to get a live stream during the week or some content, and I didn't get a chance to do. I was working on some projects, and then the Cyberlink software I was using was crashing and stuff, was acting crazy. So I wasn't able to upload. I had like 2 or 3 videos ready to upload. I wasn't able to do it this week, but I'm gonna try to get those uploaded this weekend or this week coming up for y'all. All right. So just stay tuned. I got y'all. So I know a lot of y'all waiting for Friday so we can get it in. This is what we're here to do now. But my brother Zion Lex has been talking about the Messiah and relating it to Yeshayahu, Isaiah chapter 53. And then now my brother Akweti Amma is re-releasing a lecture he did back in 2014 in regards to Isaiah 53, etc. Well, I'm not here to talk about Isaiah 53 in detail. I'm going to deal with other scriptures because it seems like people are too fixated on that particular text, and there's a myriad of other things you can touch on and address. So I'm not going to address that. However, I'm going to dive into a couple of things, get into the Talmud. I'm going to get into the Dead Sea Scrolls. And again, I've touched on these things before in the past, but I realize that we have a lot of new viewers. So sometimes people have not really seen me teach on this before. But I have. All you got to do is go back in the archives and check it out. You'll see I have lectures and teleconferences and live streams where I talk about this. But I want to bring it up because this is the trend right now. This is trending right now in regards to this. So again, shout out to my brother Zion Lex and shout out to Akweti Amma, 2 brothers that I feel are really powerful in the community and have been putting out work for some time now, for years now, actually. And if you get a chance, go and subscribe to both of those brothers' YouTube channels. All right. I'm supposed to be doing something with my brother Zion Lex soon. Just waiting on him to give me the green light so we can go in. All right. But in the interim, I'm going to give you guys the perspective of DivineProspect and KHM as it pertains to what's called Messianic Hebrew Israelism. I don't know what people call it. They call it Messianic or whatever. I mean, it just depends on your perspective. I call it historical Messianism, if that's what you want to call it. But I'm going to dive into a little bit of that. And if you guys have any questions as we go through it, let me know. But again, I'm just revisiting this because not only have I seeing that a lot of people are asking about now based on those other two brothers and them bringing up the discussion. But I mean, for months now, almost a whole year, I've been getting inboxes, emails, and message in regards to, hey, Divine, can you talk on this and can you talk on that as it pertains to, you know, the Old Testament and Yeshua and stuff like that. So I said, all right, I'm gonna talk on it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't have any fancy PowerPoint tonight for y'all. So I apologize for that. All right. However, I do have a bunch of scriptures. I do have a bunch of extra-biblical references that I will show on the screen, and a bunch of other things that we can go into. Now, also, the brother Do It for the Nations, you just saw there, he reached out to me on Instagram, and I think he reached out to me on email. But he had a young brother that he knew, a contemporary of his, that knew a little bit about the scriptures and Israelite culture, but he's into like the sensational Kemet type teachings. So that brother is supposed to be coming on the show tonight. He's young. He's only 19. So we're going to see if he actually is going to come on or not. And if so, then I can build with the brother and bring some edification to him. Because, you know, I came into this community dealing with the Kemetic community and the conscious community. So, you know, I'm well-rounded in that area. So I'm more than happy to help if a fellow brother or sister asks me to reach out to another fellow brother or sister and kind of enlighten them in regards to how we deal over here in regards to doing our best to put forth a scholarly proposition for our cultural paradigm, right? So that's why I'm doing it tonight. So, you know, hopefully you guys enjoy the show tonight. Again, I'm going to be as laid back as possible and try to reserve my energy because I don't know who's going to come on at the end and get me turned up, right? Get me fired up. I don't know. Y'all like the show I did on Sunday. That wasn't even planned. I don't know why that brother came in here and thought it was going to be an easy ride. I don't know. That wasn't really a good look for that brother, man. Felt really bad for him after that. I was like, man, you know, I think I went a little bit too hard. But he was asking for smoke. And if you ask for smoke, that's what you're going to get. You know what I'm saying? And wasn't really good for him. That was a really crazy show. So if y'all missed it, it's the video right before this one. Just go on the YouTube channel and check it out. You can save it, you know, onto a playlist so you can watch it later. If you missed it, and if you did see it, you know what I'm talking about. That wasn't a good look for that brother, man. I don't know why he did that to himself, but I mean, it is what it is. Yeah. So that's why I try to be cool. So I don't feel like I don't have to turn up, you know what I'm saying? So anyway, let's get started with the show. Again, let me give a couple of shout outs. I see a lot of people's in the building. Oh, Sister Millie Love One, please email me, sis. Email me. I want to get you more involved with the ministry. I have some stuff that I would love for you to help out. So Sister Millie Love One, please hit me up when you get a chance. All right. Email me. All right. So let me give a couple of shout outs. I see a lot of y'all have been putting comments, so I can't even get everything, but let me see if I can shout out who I see there. Shout out to the brother Do It for the Nation. Shout out to here, O Yisrael, Bruce Williams in the building, daughter of the Most High, Pug, 617, let's get it. Aishu Cole, Judah Ali, Yapa, Kalaya, Kimberly M, Yellow Rose 7, Willie Littlejohn, Scott Garrett Headley, Ace in the building, S. McGee, what's going on, King? Beulah, daughter of Zion, Yesha Moore, Bina, let's see, Megan Taylor, let's see, Marlo, Eugene, Yaai Asantawa, daughter of Zion, Consuelo F, what's going on? All praises to the Most High in the building. Howard Seraphine, Shalom, Donnell Jones, Gottrell McKinney, officially Loco, Linda Ricks, Karen Gittins, what's going on? Aharon, Yasharala, Jimmy Johnson. Let's see. Seth M, what's going on? Sister Nisi PC's in the building. Thomas Jackson, Roland R. Walker, Sheila Garland, Shalom, Judah Ali. Let's see, Jasleen Berry in the building. Shalom, sis, what's going on? Mikhail Von Nett, what's going on? Bergen Paris, what's up? Let's see, who else we got? Jen and Jew, 7 Day Theory. My brother Aaron, the Presby in the building. What's going on? Linda Ricks, Shalom. Chad Rowe B, what's going on? Truth Seeker, Shalom. Let's see, Dimitri Elda, what's going on? Essie Thompson in the building. John and Dorsey, what's up? Let me see, Tony Parker, 151, what's going on? My sister Lynette, the soul of our ancestors, what's going on, sis? What's going on? Let's see, Big May, Gathering of Israelite Nation, Netherlands, Shalom. Let's see, Yawasop, Son of Light, what's going on? Leslie Fields, what's going on? My brother Dale H, thank you for the donation, King. Shalom. Shamira Weekly. Shalom, sis. What's going on? Let's see. Sister Bina. What's up? What's up? OB Shots Fired. Shalom. Sydney Woods. What's going on, King? Zerubbabel, Judah, Shamika Greer. What's up? What's up? Sean Williams, Kevin Powell in the building. Noah Dia Yasharala. What's going on? Andre Waverez. What's up? Ahava Judah, JD Israel, Mikia Al, Bena Yashar Al, Yashab 513, Zedek Yehuda, the realness in the building. JM, what's going on? Sister Megan Taylor, what's up? What's up? Otis Miller, Shalom Gabar, Alaha, what's up? What's up? Lisa Anderson in the building, what's going on? Raymond Scott, Shalom, Drino Yisrael, what's up? Shakar, Yara Yah, what's up? What's up? I mean, just saying your names is bars. You feel me? Oh man, what's going on? Shalom, my brother. KHM Norfolk. I think that is Shaloma Ben Yisrael. I can't see because the font is really small. Hopefully I said your name right, my brother. Dexter Norwood, Shalom. He says, I'm new to this channel. What we doing? It's right there in the title, my brother. That's exactly what we doing. All right. Let me see. The Real Agent, Shalom, Adia Yisrael. What's going on, family? Make sure you hit the thumbs up button on your way in. Let's have some manners, exercise some manners, to do some housekeeping. Make sure you hit the thumbs up button, subscribe if you're brand new. And if you are here and been here, and this is a topic that you want us to discuss, make sure you share this video everywhere. Let's get this at the top of the YouTube charts by utilizing the algorithm, by smashing that like button and sharing this video everywhere. All right, because we're going to go in tonight. All right. Box 101. Shalom. Shalom. He said, thumbs up. Thumbs up. What's going on? What's going on? Kevin Powell. Yes, I saw that. We talked about that on air and off air. Right. So we're going to work on that. We're going to do that soon. All right. I'm glad you guys are interested in it. Shout out to Shane Israel. What's going on? What's going on? All right. So Dexter said, okay, let's do this. Yes, let's go in. Don't turn me up, y'all. I'm trying to be subdued and laid back. Y'all always bring out the best in me. I understand. I say to Sister Yellow Rose, I say, what's going on? I say. All right, so let's go ahead and get started, man. Let's go ahead and start it. So just give me 1 second. Let me go and take a quick break. I'll be right back with y'all, family. And then we're going to get into our intro. And then from there, we're going to get into these meat and potatoes. All right, give me one moment. All right, we're back. Thank you guys for your patience. All right, so let's go ahead and get started. First and foremost, I want to give a couple of updates on the Patreon. We do have a new book. I'm going to show you the book that we're going to post after the end of this session on Patreon. And then I want to give a few updates in regards to offerings on Patreon. Let me go ahead and show this. Give me a second. All right. So this book has been requested from me hold on. This thing is acting crazy. Hold on 1 second, y'all. This thing is locking up. Thank you. You're welcome. All right. I don't know what's going on. Let me see what's happening. So I'm assuming y'all can hear me, but give me 1 second. My screen just locked up. I don't know what's going on. This is upsetting. I don't know what just happened. Okay. I think I'm back. All right. I don't know what just happened. That was really strange. But let's go back to what I was trying to show y'all. Here we go. So the Aramaic English New Testament, I got a couple requests for this. So we do have that. That will be, that's already in the Patreon link. But that will be a post, a book suggestions post with this so that you guys can go back and read this. All right. So that will be what's new that we're going to place on the Patreon. All right. All right. Also, just so you know, at the $20 tier on the Patreon, you will get access to our upcoming KHM Holistic Research Paradigm for Bible Study classes, which start in February. All right. If you want to get updates on when that starts, you have to get the app. I'm going to talk about that in 1 second. Also, you get access to our biblical Greek and biblical Hebrew essentials. All right. At the $20 tier on our Patreon. So if you have the $10 and you want to get access to the classes without paying the a la carte price, and if you want to also get access to the language courses, you have to upgrade to the $20 pledge in order to do that. Also, at a $50 pledge, what we're going to be doing is every month we're going to be, as much as we can, whenever we get new products, we're going to be sending out a merchandise package out to our $50 pledge. So they also get access to the language courses, the classes, and everything else that's already on Patreon. But they also get merchandise, right? And we're working on a calendar, a mixtape, and some new t-shirt designs. All right. So those of you with $50 or up, you're going to, expect to get those via the address that you've given us on Patreon. Maybe you want to go back and update your address, but whatever address we have on files, we're going to ship the items to. All right. Now, if you had a $100 tier, which is the highest tier that we have, even though if you want to pledge more than $100, you're more than welcome to do so. But at the $100 pledge, you get everything that I just mentioned, plus you become a shareholder, which means we will invite you personally into our internal team, behind the scenes team discussions, our meetings, our conferences, our trainings, etc. Right? So you'll be able to jump in, see what we have going on behind the scenes, as well as be able to provide your input and insight and suggestions to help us to grow as a ministry organization. All right. So that's what you'll be getting at the $100 pledge point, along with everything else I just said, is that you become an official shareholder of the organization. You can tune into all the things we're doing behind the scenes, all our meetings, conferences, trainings, etc. And then on top of that, in the midst of those, you can be able to give your feedback, your input, suggestions, etc., to help us to grow as a ministry. All right. So I just wanted to give a heads up on that so people are aware of these additional benefits that exist in regards to pledging on our Patreon. All right. As well as the books that we already put out for everybody, the articles, the exclusive content, the news, etc. All right. So we'll make sure I update that. All right. So next is the KHM app. So what you want to do is you want to go to your Google Play Store or your Apple App Store. All right. Here's your Google Play Store. And this is the app right here. It's called the My One Church app. This is what the logo looks like. Oh, wait, hold on. I got cut off. This is what the logo looks like. And this is the name of the app, the My One Church app. So go to your Google Play Store and download it. This is what it looks like. So those who don't have it already, I'll give you a second. All right, go ahead and look for this in the Google Play Store. Download it. Now, those of you who are international, we only have a APK installer for Android. We don't have a workaround for Apple yet. However, I'm going to show you another element of this that everybody should be using in conjunction with the app, and that those of you who are international can use as well. All right, but this is it right here for Google Play. All right, we also have it for Apple App Store, and this is what it looks like for the Apple App Store. Same thing. That's the image, and it says My One Church app. My One Church app. All right, so make sure you download and install the My One Church app in your Google Play Store, your Apple App Store. All right, and once you download and install it, open it up by clicking on the icon on your front screen or wherever it is. Maybe an app launcher, whatever the case may be. And then once you open it up, it's going to prompt you asking you for the zip code. All right. The zip code you're going to plug in is 30064, 30064. All right. And if you want to know what that is during the duration of this session, just look at the scrolling banner at the bottom and you'll see it. It'll tell you get the app from the Apple app in the Google Play Store, download and install it. And then it'll also give you the zip code. All right. So that way it'll launch you and it'll take you to the main screen. All right. Now, there's two other things I want to show you guys. Once you have the app, either if you already have the app or you're in the process of getting the app, this is what I want to show you guys. All right. So once you launch the app, let me change the screen. All right. Once you launch the app, I don't know if y'all can really see it because I have some really intense lighting. But once you get the app, at the top left, there's 3 bars at the top left, and you click it, it'll bring you to this sidebar that pulls out from the left. And at the top, right, the top left, it's going to say sign in, right? Sign in, log in, or whatever. Click on that and create a profile. Click on that and create a profile. All right. And once you do that, you want to log into the website, and the website gives you more features and functionality. So the app is really there informational. It's really for us to send push notifications out to you, for you to check our calendar to see what events are coming up, for you to follow us on social media, for you to access Patreon. You can access it right through the app, for you to check out our lessons and our sermons that are pulled straight from YouTube. You can also add notes while you're watching the sessions. There's 2 Bible apps that's in there as well. And then you can also sign up for membership or join one of the groups, right? Which is one of our departments in our organization, right? However, you can't get involved in discussions, the forums, look at the files that we have attached for the various groups and things like that unless you sign in. All right. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat, and I'll also drop the link in the description at the end of the video in the event that anybody wants to actually sign in to the online. And you can do this from any web browser. It could be a mobile web browser on your phone or tablet, or it could be a desktop web browser via your laptop, PC, or Mac. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and drop the link in the chat. And what you want to do is create that profile in the app first, and then you can log in. All right. Here it is right here. All right. There it is in the chat. All right. All right. I appreciate that, my brother Dimitri. Thank you so much, my brother. We appreciate that. And again, we're going to bring you into those shareholder meetings. All right. I appreciate that. All right. And shout out to the elder Gurney Mosley as well. Had a great conversation with him, and I appreciate his contributions as well. So again, click the link there after you download and install the app, and you create a login. All right. And then from there, you get full functionality of everything else that we have to offer in regards to the app, right, online. All right. You can get into the conversations, join the group, see the files, receive emails and everything like that. All right. Okay. All right. So with that being the case, I just wanted to touch on that. Also, Those of you who are joined our Naturopathic Eating, our new consultants, we sent out the assessment test. We didn't get as many people to respond to it that we see that have signed up. So we'll be reaching out to everybody individually, and we will give you another opportunity next week. Once everybody has all the required material for you guys to then get the assessment test, pass the assessment test, and then from there, we transition you into the our structured formal training. All right, for our naturopathic eating, which is our naturopathic health education and consultation services program that we offer the community. Okay. All right. So I just want to give a heads up on that. Also, we have now we have about 10 project managers, but we need more. We have tons of projects we need done. So we're looking for volunteers. People who don't mind, giving up their time to invest it in the ministry, as well as anybody that may be open to receiving stipends, as well as small compensation, until we're able to pull in our grants and be able to hire people part-time and full-time, which is our end game and what we want to do. Yes, thank you, Sister Asantawa for doing the assessment test. We're going to grade it and we'll get back to you. Okay. All right. So I appreciate that. So yes, we're looking for more project managers. Also, we're looking for legal, anybody that deals with law, whether you're a legal aid, attorney, or whatever. We need to build up that department. We have 2 people that we outsource or go to, but we want in-house legal assistance and legal aid. We're also looking for anybody who's a business analyst. If you're a business analyst, again, we're looking for volunteers and people that's willing to receive stipends for us for their time and their efforts. Also looking for administrators, clerical, anybody that does graphic design, anybody who does marketing, and anybody's willing to help us with our merchandise department. All right. So again, marketing, promotion, our merchandise, we're looking for business analysts, legal team, administrators, clerical. If you have experience in any of these areas, please get on the app, look up the groups, and sign up or register for one of the groups. All right. True Seeker said, what is the website? All right. I posted it. I'll post it again. We post it. Okay, Scott, if that is up your alley, please, my brother, join the legal group. Go to the app, click on groups, look for legal, join legal. All right. I appreciate that. All right. Ace, you can do both if you want. We're doing one-on-one trainings for the Jubilee Manumission, which is our credit repair debt elimination service. We're doing one-on-ones for that. We're not doing group ones yet because we're not getting as much feedback from that as we are for the health component. But if you want to do it, you can. I don't think it's going to be too much because again, all of it is just dependent. It's dependent on, we give you the information that you're going to use on a consultation and to do an assessment, and it's not that intense, right? However, we do provide additional training as your consultant. We do evaluations and stuff, core evaluations, stuff like that, to make sure that you meet our best practice of quality in regards to the organization, because we try to move with a degree of professionalism and poise, and we want to maintain that tact over time. So we want to make sure that you are well informed and that you know how to handle the end user or the client. And it's also for those of you who signed up to join the organization. We have been making calls. We almost got everybody. I think we have a small batch left. So if anybody has signed up to be a member of the organization, we have reached out to you guys, most of you guys already. Most people who are not near any of the chapters we have established, we have added you to the virtual chapter group, where I would be doing a welcome onboarding session with you guys, get you guys on board. From there, we're going to proceed with the invoicing for membership dues, so that way we can use those funds and allocate it to continue to provide free services to the community, to provide stipends for those who are helping with the organization, as well as allocating funding so that way we continue to grow as a ministry organization. We are doing emergency delivery services program that we're offering, which means you pay a subscription fee every month. We stockpile resources, and then if there's an emergency, let's say a natural disaster, whatever the case may be, we have brothers that we have outsourced who have trucking businesses, part of KHM. And we make sure that we send them your way to bring those resources. All right. You get to select them from a list of inventory, and we send those resources to you in an emergency situation. All right. We also have our homeschooling service that we are a virtual homeschooling service that we're working on getting up and running very soon. It's going to be accredited. And it's going to be subscription based. So you subscribe per semester, and you're going to get everything you would get in a regular K to 12 school format. However, everything's going to be centralized around a more of a faith-based approach based on Israelite culture, etc., with a heavy emphasis on STEM. And that's what we want to offer to the community, because we've getting a lot of requests for that, and we want to provide that as a service to the community. All right. Those are just a few things we have going on. We also have a meal ordering service, which means that you can order, sign up for our subscription service, and we'll send out to you meal plans with the ingredients and instructions on how to put it together. All right. A lot of that's going to work hand in hand with our natural path to eating, because one of the paid regimens that we do is a diet plan portion. So that would be coupled with our meal order program. Right. And we're also going to use our truckers to deliver the meals to our elderly in our community. All right. Also, we're setting up a hedge fund, a trust fund for our elders in the community as well, because we want to make sure that elders are financially taken care of, and that we have people that are constantly making contact with them in the event that they have a need or anything like that. So we want to take care of the elderly in our community, and we need additional project managers to help us with these initiatives that we're doing. A lot of these initiatives we're doing is to create an ecosystem of support. So that way, when you awaking as an Israelite, when you come to KHM, it's a one-stop shop, right? We have an ecosystem of support that surrounds you with resources, manpower, references, tools, services, programs, products, goods, etc., that you don't have to go outside of your community to ask for anything. Okay. And these are a lot of things that we're doing. And again, we want people to sign up, because you guys might see me do this stuff, but a lot of times I do this as bait and switch. What do you mean bait and switch? Well, I know you guys like the scholarship stuff, the Israelite cultural teachings, the debates, the discussion, and so forth. But really, that's just a way to open up the door to get you involved in a community physically, right? I mean, you can tune into anybody in regards to teaching, but everybody's not mirroring the teaching with the actual work they put in hands-on with their hands to the plow in a community. And that's what we're doing. And again, we have tons of programs that we want, and all these programs need to be up and running by March, because that's when we do our applications for our grants. And when we're able to get our grants, then we can start paying people full time, right? So again, we have tons of programs, some that's already up and running, some that's in the works, and we just need help, right? We have tons of harvest, and we just need more laborers. You know what I'm saying? But again, we're going to have an infrastructure of support, an ecosystem that will touch on every aspect of what people call nation building. You say you're nation building, but I'm like, okay, so what are you doing for the elders in your community? What are you doing for those who need jobs? We have a service where we do land acquisition and sustainable housing, right? So we help people acquire land and then help them to build self-sustainable homes on that land, whether they're rammed earth houses, hemp houses, whether they're earth ships, whether they're container homes, and then show them how to cultivate the land so that they can grow their own food. And again, it's going to be a raw, unimproved land, which means land that does not have existing infrastructure, which you don't need, because with self-sustainable housings and infrastructure, you don't need anything from the state, the county, from some third-party organization, corporate entity, etc. You can take care of yourself. Again, everything is about autonomy or self-governance. So the teachings we do is to help to reconstruct and restore the culture so we can build more close-knit communities. And then from there, we can get on a road to autonomy, which is our end game until Yah comes to redeem us from out of our current state. All right. So again, this is what it's all about, right? About community, really building, really do what people call nation building, having an infrastructure of resources and support, because every other ethnic group is doing it but us, right? So KHM, we want to be the spear tip, all right, to getting this started and hopefully create a new wave in the community, so that we don't have a million teachers on YouTube or on a street corner, but they're actually doing 10 times more work behind the scenes. All right. So that's all I want to share with you guys for now. So thank you for bearing with me. I'm glad a lot of y'all are enjoying that part of what we do. Thank you so much. So again, please, you can sign up for the various groups that we have by getting the app, and on the app, click on the groups button and sign up. Again, we need project managers to get all of these programs off the ground. We got like 20 something programs we're trying to provide to the community, but we need project managers. Why do you need project managers? Because the product managers go from concept to proof of concept to pilot and then handoff. By scoping out the project, creating a timeline, allocating a budget, all right, getting the shareholders involved, the people that are necessary for the project to be completed. And then once you're able to get that off the ground, we have a fully functional service, program, product, or good. And then from there, we can hand it off to the appropriate department to run and maintain. And then we give them another project until we have 1 million, programs, services, products, goods, etc., that you don't have to look nowhere else outside of the community. All right. All right. So again, shout out to my brother Scott Garrett Headley. He says there's 109 likes and 210 viewers. So guys, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the thumbs up so we can get this at the top of the charts by riding off that YouTube algorithm and getting this information out to the community. All right. I appreciate y'all for your support. Make sure you guys share this video everywhere. We're about to get into the heavy stuff now, but I really want to give the intro, and I start doing that in the beginning, so that way you guys can see what we about before we get into this meat and potatoes. All right. All right. And shout out to everybody who gave the donations as well. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. There's other ways you can donate if you're interested. We have a PayPal, and we also have Cash App. You can see those in the description box below, or you can see it in the banner that's scrolling across the screen, or you could do a super chat like some of our brothers and sisters have already done in the chat. And I appreciate that. All right. All right. All right, Sister Lynette, sure. And we got to talk, sis. I know we have to talk. I missed our last appointment, but I'm going to reschedule it. I think you said you're available on Tuesday, so we'll reschedule for a Tuesday and we'll chat, all right? All right, thank you so much for that, Sister Yvette Powell. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are enjoying that. Thank you, my brother Elijah. I appreciate that. Kevin Powell, you already know. You already know. You know what I'm saying? We're not playing games with this. Again, remember, in the month of March, we're doing a march to the UN in New York City. We're trying to get 100 Israelites to meet us at the UN, and we're going to march in the UN. All right. We're going to start promoting that campaign in February. We have a flyer out. We'll be pushing it for about a month and some change until we can get 100 of y'all to come out and do our thing on the UN. You're going to say, well, why are you going to the UN? Well, I did a whole video on that. Go back and check out the video I did on Thanksgiving. The second portion of it, we talk about the UN. And also I have another video that I did, a 2018 throwback when I visited the UN. And I give information on what the International Decade for People of African Descent is. And then us identifying Israelites, we are a subunit of that African diaspora. All right. And we're entitled to the 3 major things that they're pushing in the International Decade for People of African Descent program. And that is recognition, being able to identify as Israelites and have that respected no matter where we're at on this planet. Number 2 is justice. That means any kind of adverse actions that are or activity that's done towards our community. We can get international remedy and relief for that, as well as development, allowing us the resources necessary that any other ethnic group gets in America or anywhere else to allow us to build our community, right? These are the initiatives. The U.S. is a member state of the UN, and they've also a party to this program. And we're also going to align with the working group of experts of for people of African descent, and that's the group that holds accountable the member states, and they work with non-governmental organizations such as KHM to ensure that these things are being pushed in the communities and the member states. All right. And that's why we're marching to the UN, so we can show our presence there. So that way they can understand that us as Israelites, that we're part of the African diaspora. And we also want entitlement privileges to recognition, justice, and development. All right. So again, we're not playing. March 25th, the Sister Yvette, you already put it up. It's the International International Day of Remembrance for victims of the transatlantic slave trade. It's an international holiday that's been initiated by the UN. Most of our people don't have no clue what that is because the US is not marketing it, and they're doing that for a reason. This decade started in 2015 and ends in 2024 in December. And if we don't get in during that period of time and get grandfathered in, the international community is not dealing with this anymore. All right. So that's why we have to march here, show our presence, and get this work done. You feel what I'm saying? That's what it's about. All right. If anything else you got from this session, it's let's march on the UN or join KHM, partner with us. If you're not going to join, partner with us, and let's get the real work done in the community so that any need that you guys have, you can just pick up the phone and call, and we can say, yo, we got you. All right. All right. I am Sister Hadasha says, I never knew that was a day. Yeah, most of us don't, sis. We don't. So go back, sis, if you don't mind, go back and check out the video I did in my 2018 throwback video on my trip to the UN. I've been sharing this since 2015. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't get a lot of people responding to the nation building stuff. They talk of nation building, but I don't see nobody signing up for nation building. I don't see nobody, marching and doing proactive protesting, right? Proactive protesting. I'm a proactivist, which means that you put preventive measures in place to minimize and reduce adverse actions that happen towards your community. Okay. An activist is somebody that just responds to the stimuli of adversity. We, on the other hand, we put measures in place to prevent the stimuli that causes our community to react. You understand? When you are in a position of power, you negotiate, you don't protest. But we don't have power as a people. We are not even demonstrating what y'all can fully do because too many of y'all stuck on these curses. But y'all keeping Torah. If you keeping Torah, why are you still stuck on all these curses? I mean, didn't the promise go in Deuteronomy chapter 30 that says these blessings and these curses when they follow you in the lands in which I have driven you? So where's these blessings? How would you let another group of people who you don't identify as being real Israelites co-opt your culture and get the blessings from it and leave you with the curses? Where they do that at? That's what we say in New York. Where they do that at? Y'all got a lot of work to do, man. But you know what? KHM is here. DivineProspect here. We're here to help you guys get the work done and get the ball rolling. All right? We're going to turn this into an avalanche. So the nations have to come to us for solutions. They got to see the power. Matter of fact, let me show you a scripture real quick. All right? This is not even part of the lesson, but let me show you a scripture. All right? Let's get Deuteronomy chapter 28. Y'all love this so much, right? But let me show you something. All right? Let me read verse 1, and then I'm going to jump down to a very important verse. All right? Let me throw it up on the screen. And we're going to get started, man. We turning up tonight, man. You see, I try to be cool. Y'all want me, you'll want the turned up divine. I'm going to turn up then. All right? Check it out. And it shall come to pass. And this is the KJV. Let's go to ESV. I like how that reads a little bit better. All right? And if you faithfully obey the voice of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, your power, being careful to do all his commandments that I command you today, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, your power will set you high above all the nations of the earth. When you high, people look up to you. Who's looking up to our community? What? Huh? Oh, okay. Oh, but you keeping the statute, laws, and commandments. Okay, but you can't get no work done. All right. Check it out. Let me show you something right here. All right. Verse 10. And all the peoples of the earth shall see that you are called by the name of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and they shall be afraid of you. Afraid in what sense? The fact that we are the head and not the tail. The fact that we're the lender, not the borrower. We have programs and stuff that deal with that. The fact that the abundance of our labors, we're getting so much fruit from it, that he's establishing enough of the people that anything we put our hand to, guess what? It's going to multiply, right? Yeah, he will cause our enemies who rise up against us to be defeated before us. They shall come out against you one way and flee before you 7 ways. How many people are fleeing from us? No, they're coming in and they're capitalizing off of our struggle because y'all complaining about curses. Oh, I can't do this and I can't do that. It's a curse. I can't get involved in the community. I can't do this. All right, you keep laying on your back and letting them do you. Excuse me. I know that's a little explicit. I'm sorry. But I had to keep it frank because that's what y'all doing. Y'all laying down and letting them take it. What's that? How was that showing the power of Yah in the earth today? You as representative, you talking about you the light, you the or, you the light? For real? Who's looking up to y'all? What was that? Oh, you still under the curses. Oh, okay. I got you. All right. You want to take the easy way out. All right. You know better than a rapture waiting Christian. Yeah, I said it. It is what it is. All right. All I'm saying is our objective is to create breathing room so we can have an established Goshen, so we can wait out these judgments until we get redeemed. We can't do that, baby. Weak, frail, complaining about curses. How you say you keep Torah and all I see is you live in the curses? How's that working? What? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. What was that? Oh, okay. I'm not telling you overthrow America. I'm not saying get up in arms. I'm not telling you do none of that. You do bear arms to protect yourself. Never let nobody tell you otherwise. But other than that, what I'm simply saying is we can't throw off the full yoke of oppression. No, that's the Most High's job. In the interim, he tells us in Deuteronomy chapter 29, verses 1-7, what we should look like as a community while we are waiting to be taken out of captivity. Y'all don't look like that. You're Scream Nation building, but where your resources at? Where's your infrastructure at? Where's your services, products, goods? You have a GDP? You do? Where's that at? What product is that? Oh, okay. All right, cool. But you nation building. Where's your institutions of higher learning? What? Oh, okay. Cool. All right, cool. Shout out to Hosea Humble. I am Sister Khadasha. She said we should be occupied until he comes. Facts. You need to be active. Put it in work. Representing his name. Y'all are weak, man. You're weak. Anytime I hear you complain about the 300 curses out, you weak. That's it. I'm just going to say that. You weak. You have no spine. All right? You know better than these Christians out here. What is the distinction between you and a Christian? What is it? They waiting on the rapture. Most of them, not all of them. They waiting on the rapture. That's why they ain't doing nothing. Come on, man. Even those Trump supporters are putting in more work than you. And they profess to be Christians. I'll show y'all the video. Okay. All right. All right. Y'all want to sit there be weak, complain about the Jews. But you know what they doing? They reading our text and say, oh, it's blessings. And then they doing their best to keep those things because the Most High's promise is to his word. Let me say it again. The Most High's promise is to his word. Bloodline is second. Now, y'all may feel a certain kind of way about that, but let's go again. The Most High's promise is to his word. And if you keep his word, you become a benefactor of the benefits of the things he said you get when you come into covenant with him. So now if the door's open and Gentile nations are coming into covenant by way of these statutes, laws, and commandments because they see the benefits that you as a benefactor have laid to the side because you only complain about. That's like, okay, let me give you an example of this, man. Y'all get me turned up. Check it out. That's like you getting a written will and somebody signs a will for you. And in that will, living will, there's all these benefits. But at the same time, if you breach the contract, you won't get A, B, and C. So what you do is you focus on the breaches. Oh, look, I can't get this. I can't get that because of this, that. But yet, there's all these other things you can get. I don't understand that. So now a foreigner comes and say, hey, y'all don't want that? Okay. Well, let me get into covenant and let me find a way to co-opt this culture, keep it as my own and get these benefits and keep these dudes tucked away. How you waking people up when you got no resources to share with them? You got no infrastructure to share with them. How you do that? You got no solutions for them. So why wake up? I might as well go back to sleep. Why are you waking me up? Leave me alone. Let me go back to sleep. Ignorance is bliss. So unless you're providing an ecosystem of support for the community, you are wasting your time. Do not speak curses into people, man. Let them know that is the consequence if you disobey. Keywords, conditional, if you disobey. Focus on the things that is promised to them, which is prosperity, long life, and fruit of your labor, so that the nations will fear the name of Yah, and he can rise you above everything that is out there. They need to be looking towards us for solutions. They're not. So our community has given groups like KHM more work to do, but it's okay. We built for that. It's light bars, light work, like we say in New York. We built for that. Are you? All right, I'm sorry. I know that wasn't part of what we were talking about today. Let me behave myself. Let me behave myself. Let me not turn up too much. All right. All right, let's go ahead and get started, man. Shout out to the family for donations. I appreciate that. My brother Jordan's Cadet, Jack of Black, thank you so much. Sister Ya'a Asantawa, thank you for the donation. The sister, the souls of our ancestors, I appreciate that. See, this is the problem. All right. How are you going to compete with the drug dealer in your community? You telling brothers and sisters, yeah, wake up to the truth. But you can't show them any prosperity for keeping these statute laws and commandments. You might as well let them go follow the drug dealer. You might as well let them go and prostitute themselves. You might as well let them go out there and hustle and go after the world. Let me give you some scripture, man. Hold on. Y'all turning me up right now. Stop it. I'm trying to behave, man. Trying to behave. Hey, y'all getting me turned up. Let me chill out for a second, man. All right, let's get Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22. Let me see if y'all really keeping to this thing, man. Thank you, Sister Deborah Newsom, for the donation. I appreciate that. Let's get Proverbs chapter 13, verse 22. All right, let me bring it up here. I don't understand what y'all doing. And just so y'all know, again, I tell you all the time, Proverbs is a good way of showing you how to practically apply Torah. It gives you the practical application of the deep things of Torah, the book of Proverbs. Just read it. It simplifies everything. It says here, disaster, and again, in a critical edition, Bobby, you have an FN, which means footnote, means evil. So more like it's probably the word Ra. Let's see if it's the word Ra. Yep, the word right here, Ra'ah, right? So it says evil. Evil is your word Ra. All right, it says evil or misfortune because disaster just simply means something that is dysfunctional. In the Bible, you have good and bad. You have that which is functional, that which is dysfunctional. All right, tov, good, means that which is what? Functional. And then you have that word ra, which means evil loosely or disaster or calamity. And that is what is perceived as dysfunctional. But then you have to have the word resha, which could also mean wickedness. That is also dysfunction. The Most High's job is to take that which is dysfunctional and give it a tune-up so that it's functional. Because the original design was designed to be perfect, but it has broken down because it was misused by the owner. Therefore, he is sending engineers and mechanics to go back and repair and bring functionality to that which is dysfunctional. All right, let me stop. This is not what I was trying to teach today. I don't know why y'all have me talking like this, but let's take our time with this. All right, let's take our time with this. All right. All right. Shout out to my brother AB for the donation. I appreciate that. All right, let's keep going. All right. So now it says, but the righteous are what? Rewarded with good. Are we getting those rewards? We're not those who are breaking Torah. That's disaster. That's calamity. Those are the consequences of what y'all call the curses. But the righteous are rewarded with good. Good is not always tangibles in regards to secular amenities. It could also be favor and opportunity. And verse 22, my favorite, a good man leaves an inheritance to his children's children, but the sinner's wealth is laid up for the righteous. Now check it out. A good man leaves an inheritance to his grandchildren. See, too many of us, we live paycheck to paycheck because we don't have a lot of financial opportunity because of the conditions in which this oppressive system has placed us in, right? That's documented, okay? However, if you are following Torah and you get involved in a collective that is following Torah, then we as a collective can leave a legacy behind for our children and alleviate them of the societal ills that we experience. So that way we can remove hindrances and allow them to focus strictly on the assignments that Yah has given our community to do in these last days. And as a result of that, the sinner's wealth, you know, those people out there in the secular realm, is laid up for you. Why? Because that wealth becomes a resource. It becomes a tool to get jobs done. And one of the blessings from obeying the voice of Yah is that everything we put our hand to is going to increase and going to grow. Why? Because we have a community to build up. We must have our Goshen that is untouched from the judgments of the secular realm. And the only way you can do that is you have to have an ecosystem of support so you can untether and then tether into your community. Every other ethnic group is doing that in America. But y'all. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me stop. I'm sorry. Let's get into the lesson. Let's stop tonight. I'm sorry. Shout out to Dennis McMillan in the building. Shalom, Yahudah Ben Israel. Thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. All right, let me chill out. Let me chill out, family. Let's get into the lesson. Let's get into the lesson. All right, let's get into the lesson. All right. Okay. Wanea, Klinya, Shalom, my brother, the Villas faction, KZ in the building. What's going on? All right. 1876, Benjamin Israel. Thank you for tuning in, my brother, and being here with us. I mean, we just bearing witness to truth, man. Shout out to my brother Shay Brooks in the building. What's going on, King? What's going on? All right. All right, let me slow down. Shout out to Navia Yashrael, because I know y'all say, oh, yo, Divine, I ain't come here for that tonight, but you're going to get that work anyway. Okay? You come in for one thing, we're gonna power on a whole bunch of other stuff along with that. You know why? Because we're gonna obligate you to get busy. You come in for the information, we're gonna obligate you to get busy. We don't play games here. I put in too much work in this community to play games with anybody. I put in too much work to be entertaining foolishness, idleness, ideation. That means you're imagining things in your mind, but it's not actualized in reality. We don't have time for that. Y'all see the times. Things are crumbling around us. Y'all think this stimulus injection is doing a good thing? It's going to inflate the dollar, and we're going to be suffering. This is why we need to put resources in place to take care of our own. What about our elders? Y'all taking care of your elders? How many of y'all can say, yeah, I'm taking care of 10 elders in my community? You are? Do y'all have a retirement plan for our elders in the community who's labored for years teaching this community, put in that work? Y'all got a retirement plan for them? Oh, no. So your elders got to go back to work in their 70s. What part of the game is that? Who didn't think about some kind of infrastructure to support our elders? What about emergency delivery services so we can deliver goods and products to our elders who are isolated? What about the sisters and families that are in need, single mothers and families that are in need? The scripture tells us that we must look after our elders, the poor, the oppressed, the fatherless, and the widows. What resources we have in place for them? They can call a number and say, yo, I need help. We say, yo, we got you. Just give us the location. That's it. Done deal. Y'all got that? Y'all a nation though, right? I could go to a third world nation. They got that stuff already in order. I go to a Jewish community, Korean community, Arab community, East Indian community. They got that stuff in their community. Where's yours at? Israelite. But you keeping the statute, laws, and commandments. Okay. Let's get into our first scripture on tonight. Let me calm down for a second. Let me get formal again. All right, let me fix my kufi. My kufi got a little rattled because I was getting a little bit in character a little bit. All right. So let's start off with our scripture, all right? Y'all funny, man. All praise to the Most High. My voice is sounding crazy. All praise to the Most High. All right? They got to fear his name. Wherever you walk, you got dominion. Are they fearing his name? When you come around, oh, okay, hold on. That's the Israelite. He got the name of Yahim. Let's just tread carefully. They fear the name of Yah when you're around? Or they ridicule Yah's name? They blaspheme Yah's name? I don't know. All right, so first, family, let's do this. Let's get into the scriptures, all right? So what we want to do, I'm going to bring it up on the screen real quick. I want to show y'all something real quick on the screen, and we're going to get started. All right? I want to show y'all something. Let's get started. I know we are an hour in. I know y'all waiting for the juicy stuff. We getting there. All right? Got to give you the warm-up first. Got to give you the appetizers. All right? I love y'all, man. I love y'all. Don't let nobody tell you that Divine don't love y'all, man. All right? I do love my family. I love everybody in the chat, even our resident trolls. I love y'all. All right? Shout out to Royal Gem in the building. What's going on? All right? Let me show you this first thing we're going to get into tonight. All right, let's zoom in. All right. Let me know if y'all can see that. Family, hit 1 if that's clear enough. Let me try to zoom in one more time. All right, hit 1 if that's clear. If you can read that, hit 1 if you can read that. Let me give you something good. Hit 1 if you can read that. Let me know if y'all can see that. Hit 1. All right, 1 also allows me to see who's in here. Shout out to Miss B in the building. What's going on? Nabi Ban Yasharala Shalom. My brother Seth M. What's going on? Let's see. Who else didn't I get? My elder, Vernon Mickey in the building. What's going on, elder? Let's see. Okay, y'all saying 1. Y'all saying everything is good? All right. You funny, my brother. Shout out to Chosen One, Zeph in the building. What's going on? All right. Game AM PME. Shalom, Kathleen Miller. I see you. VK in the building. What's going on, VK? All right. Elcom, Barlow, Shalom, Lafon, what was that? Sailor, Shalom, Shame, Israel, DB, Hebrew, exalted by Yah in the building. All right. So y'all can see it. All right, let's go. Forensic profiling is the study of trace evidence in order to develop information which can be used by police authorities. This information can be used to identify suspects and convict them in a court of law. The term forensic in this context refers to information that is used in court as evidence, all right? And there's the source. The traces originate from criminal or litigious activities themselves, all right? However, traces are information that is not strictly dedicated to the court. They may increase knowledge in broader domains linked to security that deal with investigation, intelligence, surveillance, or risk analysis. Forensic profiling is different from offender profiling, which only refers to the identification of an offender through the psychological profile of a criminal. In particular, forensic profiling should refer to profiling in the information sciences sense, i.e., the process of discovering correlations between data and databases that can be used to identify and represent a human or non-human subject, and or the application of profiles, sets of correlated data to individuate and represent a subject or to identify a subject as a member of a group or category. Now, you're going to say, Divine, what in the world does that have to do with the scriptures? All right. And I'm going to say this to you again. Y'all see there what we have in the description. When I went to school, I went to college at John Jay College, CUNY, CUNI, right? City University of New York. I went there for forensic psychology. I did about 3 years. And then the last year, I wasn't getting any, what you'll call FAFSA, any kind of financial aid. I was paying out of pocket. So, and it had other things that was coming on in my life. So I wasn't able to finish college. However, I did a good 3 years there. And then I did another year at City College, which is also a CUNY college in New York, right? So I did 4 years equivalent of college. I just don't have any degrees to show for it. Nonetheless, there were things that I learned in the process of college that at the time I didn't take seriously. But now in my investigative studies in regards to Israelite culture, I've learned how to fixate a paradigm and utilize it to replace older paradigms that have not been able to solve problems. One issue we have in our community is a discrepancy of the gap between those who identify as Tanakh only and those who identify as Messianic Israelites. There's a huge gap. And I saw that the reason for that gap is because there is some data that is not being factored into the equation, so we can at least, at the very least, create a bridge in order for us to see what the other is doing, what the other is saying, how the other is thinking. Because in this time, we cannot have petty squabbles and quarrels over things that could be resolved through historic data, linguistic data, and cultural data. Okay. So y'all got me turned up tonight. I'm trying to chill. I was trying to chill. But let's keep going. So with this information, what are we saying? We say forensic profiling should refer to profiling in the information sciences. So if we utilize non-material culture, which is the scriptures or the text, and material culture, which is the archaeology, and by these two things, we look at a living culture that's still alive today that embodies both in a living culture. And then in between that, we have other pieces of data like history, linguistics, customs, mannerisms, geographical locations, zoo archaeology, where you study the remains of animals. You have archaeology that deals with botany, right, of ancient times, right, paleobotany, right, that deals with old plants that are preserved in fauna in the earth. And we can also look at diets. We could look at what we called ethnic markers, such as diets, such as architecture, how you build your houses, such as cultic items, burial practices, the proximity that people bury their dead in regards to their living or their dwellings in the areas where they live, how people operated within their homes, the familial cults that operated within their homes. All of this is data that if you utilize this holistically, it eliminates argumentation that is diametrically opposed. But if you're not familiar with this information, you cannot create a profile using trace data from information sciences, which I just listed for y'all, in order to create a profile to see who fits it. Now, another thing that's important, I'm going to read this last paragraph again. Again, we getting deep. Just follow me. You may have to go back and rewind this a few times, but it's okay. I'm here to build a bridge. And this is what I've committed myself to doing when I first came into this community, the conscious Israelite community. I wanted to build a bridge, right? I wanted to build a bridge in my community between those who are Messianic, non-Messianic, build a bridge. Those who are can't, not can't, build the bridge, right? And go into various forms of doctrines and resolving, argues and skirmishes that could be resolved by looking at additional data that most of us have not been exposed to. This is why I get into the scholarly data and why I invest thousands of dollars to get access to this information and methodology to share it to the community at large so we can build bridges and not walls. Too many of y'all are building walls and not enough bridges. And you wonder why you're on an island to yourself, because you don't know how to socially build bridges. That does not mean you have to stand off your square, but it does mean that while you're on your square, build a bridge to somebody else's square. So you can come in and see, okay, let me see what you got going over there. You see what I got going on? Okay. So if at the very least you meet in the middle, turn the opposite way to see what the other person is building and say, hey, I got a couple of tools to help you out with that. I got a couple of materials to help you out with that. Is that the mindset when we deal with each other? That's edification, one-on-one. So forensics deals with the information, the scientific information that can be utilized in a court setting. That's what forensics is. Profiling is being able to create what we call a profile of a particular individual or individuals or groups or objects based on prior knowledge of the particular title or individual, based on environmental sciences, based on textual data within the culture and within sister cultures. Looking at all these things to create this profile that can then be equipped with the information that you can present in a court-like setting when something's on trial, something's in question. So you must look holistically at all the data. And it says here, the process of discovering correlations. How do you get into the investigative process to discover correlations between data and databases that can be utilized to identify and represent a human or non-human subject, and or the application of profiles from those data sets to individuate and represent a subject or to identify a subject as a member of a group or category. So now let me get into scripture so you can see what it is that I'm talking about. I'm going to get into Nehemiah chapter 9. All right. So check it out. I am Sister Hadashah. Facts. Our people are too heavily dogmatic and they are too overly religious. When we are dealing with culture, when you get into culture, it removes you from the dogma and you get to see what is intended from the author to the audience and everything in between. All right. So check it out. All right. Let's get into Nehemiah and I'm going to show you something that's important. Right. Let's get into Nehemiah chapter 9. All right. You're going to say, well, Divine, what are you talking about? All right. I'm going to show you. I'm getting into a lot of information tonight. So have your pen and papers ready. Okay. And again, if there's any of my Tanakh only brothers and sisters that are in the chat, if you weather the storm with us and hear this information, I'm about to lay down some information. If you would like to come on to the panel and have a dialogue with me with any questions or concerns that you may have to those of us who identify as what you will call Messianic Israelites, let me know. I'll share the link. You can come into the forum and we can talk. We can build. All right. This is interactive. I'm not a one-way teacher. All right. I'm a student before anything. And if somebody has knowledge or information rightly applied in wisdom and the spirit of ahaba or love for their fellow brother and sister, I'm willing to listen, to hearken, and even be willing to be corrected. I'm willing to subject myself to correction because I'm a student before I'm a teacher. And I only teach so my students can teach me. If you're not teaching like that, you're failing. That's the measuring stick for teaching. All right. All right. So Seth says, who unliked this? I don't know who unliked it. We didn't even get into the information yet. Let's get to Nehemiah chapter 9. Let's get them. If they're going to unlike it, I want to earn that unlike. Don't unlike me yet. Let me earn it first. All right. Let's get Nehemiah chapter 9. Let's turn up tonight. See, I was trying to be nice. But let's go. Nehemiah chapter 9. Check this out. Now, on the 24th day of this month, the children of Israel were assembled with fasting and with sackcloth and earth upon them. That is cultural. Okay? And the seed of Israel separated themselves from all strangers and stood and confessed their sins and the iniquities of their fathers. When you are putting an appeal before Yah, which you colloquially call a prayer, are you confessing your errors and the iniquities of your fathers? The reason why you can't break intergenerational curses is because you are not calling out the sins, iniquities, and shortcomings of your parents, your grandparents, and everything else that goes up the line before you. This is why you can't shield or protect your children from getting that visitation in the third or fourth generation, because you're not calling out the errors and the iniquity of the generations prior to you. Okay, I'm trying to give you free game here. We're not playing tonight. We're going in. Okay? We're going in. All right? All right, so let's go. So now here's, oh, wait. Let me bring it back up on the screen. Man, I don't know if I even had it up there. I'm just going in. All right. And they stood up in their place and read in the book of the law of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, their power, 1/4 part of the day, and another 4th part they confessed and they worshiped Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. They prostrated before him as that which is symbolic of yielding to an authority or an authoritative figure that is greater than you. It's through prostration. All right. Then stood up upon the stairs of the Levites, Yeshua, Bani, Kadmiel, Shebaniah, Buni, Sherebiah, Bani, Hanani, and cried with a loud voice, Yod-Heh-Wav, their power, right? Then the Levites, etc., they bless, stand up and bless Yod-Heh-Wav, your power forever and ever, and blessed be his glorious name, which is exalted above all blessing and praise. All right, even you, Yod-Heh-Wav alone, you've made heaven and earth and the heavens of heavens, with all their hosts in the earth and all things that are therein, the seas and all that's therein, and thou preservest them all, and thou and the host of heaven worships you. All right, let's keep going. All right, you are Yod-Heh-Wav alone, like I just read. You are Yod-Heh-Wav, the power who chose Abram and brought him out of Ur of the Chaldeans and gave him the name Abraham. You found his heart faithful before you and made with him the covenant to give his offspring the land of so-and-so, and you have kept your promise, for you are righteous. And you saw the affliction of our fathers in Mizraim and heard their cry by the Red Sea and before signs and wonders against Pharaoh. Oh, you have to big up Yah. You have to speak to his ego. Ego is not always a bad thing if it's earned. Speak to his ego about all the wondrous things he's done for your forefathers and in your life. Why would he tune his ear unto you if you cannot acknowledge the wondrous things that he does? If he cannot perform these miracles in your life, then what is he? He's a weak God. Get him up out of here. Go find something else to do. I'm just keeping it in the buck. And you made a name for yourself, and it is to this day. All right. Let's scroll down. It's going into the history. Again, you have to remind the Most High how great he is. Man, the word male in the Hebrew is the word zakar, which means to remember or a memorial. Yah created the male to be a memorial of the covenant that he has made with the earth, and also for man to remind Yah how great he is. All right, hold on. Let me stop. That wasn't even part of the lesson. I don't even know what I'm talking about right now. I'm just going in. All right, we're just going in. All right. Let me calm down. Hold on. Usa. Usa. All right. Let's keep going. Man, y'all making me go in tonight. I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be on my best behavior. You ain't let me be on my best behavior, right? Check it out. But they and our fathers acted presumptuously and stiffened their neck and did not what? Obey your commandments. They refused to obey and were not mindful of what the wonders that you perform among them, but they stiffened their neck and appointed a leader to return to their slavery in Egypt. But you are a power ready to forgive. You Christians who don't think that the Most High of the what you call Old Testament ain't gracious and merciful and slow to anger and abounding in steadfast love. Do you understand? That is his character. Mercy, graciousness, slow to anger, and abounding in steadfast love. That is the power in which we serve. If he's the same today, yesterday, and forevermore, then why you make it sound like there was no grace and no mercy and no love and what you call the Hebrew Bible, Tanakh, or Old Testament? Okay, let me stop before I lose my voice. Let me take my time. And in your great mercies, you did not forsake them in the wilderness. You gave your good spirit to instruct them and did not withhold your manna from their mouth and gave them water for their thirst. Check it out. 40 years you sustained them in the wilderness, and they lacked nothing. Their clothes did not wear out, and their feet did not swell. And you gave them kingdoms and peoples and allotted to them every corner. So they took possession of the land of Sihon, king of Heshbon, and the land of Og, king of Bashan. You multiplied their children as the stars of heaven, and you brought them into the land that you had told their fathers to enter and possess. So the descendants went in and possessed the land, and you subdued before them the inhabitants of the land, the Canaanites, and gave them into their hand with their kings and the peoples of the land, that they may do with them as they would. Now check it out. Check it out. And they captured fortified cities in a rich land and took possession of houses full of all good things, cisterns, already hewn, vineyards, olive orchards, fruit trees in abundance. So they ate and were filled and became fat and delighted themselves in your great goodness. Nevertheless, they were disobedient and rebelled against you and cast your law behind their back and killed your prophets. Keep that in mind. I'm going to talk about one Nebi in regards to what we're talking about, who had warned them in order to turn them back to you, and they committed great blasphemies. Therefore, this is the verse where I'm honing in. You gave them into the hand of their enemies who made them suffer. And in the time of their suffering, they cried out to you, and you heard them from heaven. And according to your great mercy, you gave them saviors. Now, slow down. What we're doing now is creating a profile based on forensics, which is informational sciences that can be utilized in a court session. Now, one of these pieces of evidence is what we call the linguistic evidence. So here, linguistic is the word saviors. We're going to hold into that. But the context was the demonstration of the mercy, the faithfulness, the grace, the slow to anger, the abundant love of Yah to a stiff-necked, hard-headed people. Now, that is the context that Israel constantly finds themselves in. But in the process of their stiff-neckedness, he allows their enemies to afflict them. And in the process of the affliction, they cry out, and he gives them mercy, and he sends a savior who saved them from the hands of their enemies. Keep this in mind. All right. This is important. All right. Now, when we go into our interlinear, we look into our various words to see what are we talking about here, family. We're going to key on some words here that I'm highlighting so you guys can see, so you can understand what it is that we're talking about, right? This is our word here for what? For our saviors? Interesting. So check it. I want you to see something, right? Let's scroll down for a second. I want you to see something. All right, let's go down to this word for saviors, right? The root word here is yasha, for saviors, but it's in the plural, right? So he gave them redeemers, saviors, to come and get them out of a situation in which they were being afflicted and oppressed by enemies because they were disobedient to the statutes, laws, and commandments. So this is the profile here. Okay, give you the contextual data. I'm giving you the linguistic data, but we will get several steps further because I want to show you guys a lot of interesting stuff tonight. Let me know if you are ready, right? Let's keep going. Again, as you're coming in, hit that thumbs up button, family. Hit the thumbs up button so that way everybody on YouTube will be exposed to the information coming out tonight. Okay, so now let's get into some further things. I just want to set the stage with that. And there's several things I want to discuss. So I want to discuss something very peculiar from the book of Ezekiel. All right. So let's get to Ezekiel. And let me show you something very interesting in the book of Ezekiel. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 1. All right. Ezekiel chapter 1. And remember, the key thing of what we're learning here, and again, that's why I showed y'all, that document, is we are going through the process of discovering correlations between data and databases that can be used to identify and represent a human subject or an application of profiles, which we're going to see various profiles, to individuate and represent a subject or to identify a subject as a member of a group or category. Man, this is deep. Let me say it one last time. Follow me. Let me say it slowly. Forensic profiling refers to profiling in the informational sciences sense, i.e., the process of discovering correlations between data in databases. Databases is anything that we're utilizing to understand a culture. Culture is made up of a database of empirical sciences that is preserved by a particular ethnic group of people so they can create a boundary of protection and provision that guides them and keeps them from any adverse external entity that seeks to undermine and overtake the existence and the thriving and the progress of that ethnic group of people. Follow me. Off the dome. The process of discovering correlations, looking at similarities and affinities between data, which we're looking at in a database. The text is one whole database. And we're looking at data in this database that we can use to identify and represent a human subject, an individual group, all right? And the application of the profiles to individuate or separate a particular person and represent a subject or to identify a subject as a member of a group or category. Please keep this in mind, because when you're able to preface what you say in scripture with a summary like this, people will be able to follow in those footsteps. They'll be able to look at all the forensic data, create a behavioral profile, and be able to take that profile and look at various individuals to see if the profile can help to identify who these individuals are. All right? This is the next level in regards to your scholarship. All right? I'm trying to take y'all there. This is not for those on milk. These are for those on meat. All right? So follow me. Let's look at Ezekiel again. We're looking at data in a database in order for us to create a profile to help us to identify a human subject and to group them in a category so we can have correlations of discovery. So check out Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 1. And it says, in the 13th year, in the 4th month of the 5th day of the month, as I was among the exiles in Chabar. So there was 2 exiles into Babylon in 597 BCE, and the final one is in 587 BCE. Okay. Ezekiel was taken in the first wave in 597 BCE, right? And he's prophesying before the 587 BCE siege takes place. That's a little historical background. The heavens were open, and I saw visions of God. On the 5th day of the month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Yachanan. This is called relative dating, whereby which you give time allotment or a timeline based or tied to a significant event that has occurred. In this case, is the exile of King Yehochanan. All right. It says this, focus here. The word of Yod-Heh-Wav came to Ezekiel, the priest, the son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the Kabar Canal, and the hand of Yod-Heh-Wav was upon him there. So we are first now parsing out data from a database, and that first piece of data there is that Ezekiel was a priest in exile. Follow me. A priest in exile. He's a priest. Interesting. Let's see what else Ezekiel was. Let's get Ezekiel chapter 2, verses 4 and 5. Let's get to a little bit more information, okay? Check it out, right? It says here, Ezekiel 2 and 4, the descendants are also impudent and stubborn. I send you to them, and you shall say to them, thus saith Yod-Heh-Wah-Feh, and whether they hear or refuse to hear, for they are a rebellious house, what? They will know that a prophet has been among them. So, Ezekiel is a priest, and Ezekiel is a prophet. He's a Kohan, and he is a Nabi. And this is syntax to give you a very particular term that he's called, and that is what? The Son of Man. Follow what I just said to you. A priest, a prophet, gives you the title Son of Man. Now, again, in the Critical Edition Bible, they have a footnote, and it says, or Son of Advent, so throughout Ezekiel. That term Son of Man did not originate in what's called the New Testament. It precedes the New Testament. That's important. But what is a Son of Man? Anytime you see the term Son of Man, it denotes one who is mortal, and through his mortality, he is subservient to a power that is not mortal, which is the Most High. Therefore, he must serve in the capacity of a priest, of a prophet, and a king, or a combination of the three. And we're going to see that. All right. This Son of Man must also be led by the Spirit. Let's go to verse 2. And as he spoke to me, the Ruach entered into me and set me on my feet, and I heard him speaking to me. He says, Son of man, I send you to the people of Israel, to the nations of rebels who have rebelled against me. They and their fathers have transgressed against me to this very day. This is the profile of the saviors that Yah sends in time periods in which the people become stubborn and rebellious to the statute, laws, commandments, the covenant, and the voice of Yah. Are we building a good profile? We're not done yet. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 4. I'm going. You got to follow me. Ezekiel chapter 4. And we're going to read something very interesting. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 4. And we're going to jump to Ezekiel chapter 4, verse 4. Right? It says, then lie on your... Now, for the context, verses 1 to 3, the Most High tell them build a model of a battering ram and all that to showcase the siege to the people. But verse 4 says, then lie on your left side and place the punishment. That word there, punishment, very interesting. It's actually the word iniquity, or the word awan in Hebrew, which means iniquity or sin, of the house of Israel upon it. Wait, upon what? For the number of the days that you lie on it, you shall what? Bear their sin. The Son of Man can bear sin because he's a priest and he's a prophet. Wait a second. Slow down. Hold on. We're getting somewhere. I'm going to show you some stuff real quick, because a priest can bear sin. I'm going to get you taught for that in a second. But I want to use this Nabi as a great example. Follow me. All right. For I assign to you a number of days, 390 days, equal to the number of the years of their punishment, so long as you bear their punishment or iniquity of the house of Israel. And when you have completed these, you shall lie down a second time, but on your right side, and bear the punishment of the house of Judah. 40 days I assign you, a day for a year. That term 40 comes up. Interesting. 40 comes up. Okay. Typologies and all that fun stuff, right? And you shall set your face toward the siege of Jerusalem, and your arm bared. Interesting. We see Isaiah say that a lot. And you shall prophesy against the city. And behold, I will place cords upon you so that you cannot turn from one side to the other till you have completed the days of your siege. So therefore, Ezekiel as a priest can bear the sins, and as a prophet brings the word to the people. Okay. All right. Why am I saying this? Let's get to Ezekiel chapter 5. And then from there, we're going to go to a very little known manuscript I want to show you guys that most people haven't even heard of before. But I'm gonna put you onto game. I'm saying this all for a reason. And remember, the database is the text. We're extracting data so we can individuate. Love that word. Individuate a particular human subject so we can see the correlations throughout discovery to be able to put that individual into a particular group or category so we can understand the holistic nature of what is being conveyed through the text. Ezekiel chapter 5 says, verse 1, and you, son of man, take a sharp sword, use it as a barber's razor, and pass it over your head and your beard. Then take balances for weighing and divide the hair. And third part you shall burn in the fire in the midst of the city when the days of the siege are completed. And a third part you shall take and strike with the sword all around the city. And a third part you shall scatter to the wind, and I will unsheath the sword after them. Watch this. And you shall take from these a small number and bind them in the skirts of your robe. And of these again, you shall take some and cast them into the midst of the fire and burn them in the fire, for their fire will come out into all the house of Israel. Thus says Yehovah, this is Jerusalem. I have set her in the center of nations with countries all around her. Now, why am I telling you this? So Ezekiel cuts off his beard and his hair. And in ancient times, you do that as a sign of mourning. And the Most High says, use a sword, cut it, barber's razor, cut it, pieces. Then you're going to take some and burn it. Then you're going to take some and scatter into the wind. Why? Because when the city of Jerusalem is sieged, some people are going to be killed with the sword. Some people are going to be burned by fire. Some people are going to be scattered and chased by the sword. And then, but you're going to take a remnant. Ezekiel, tuck that in your skirt. And even from that remnant, you're going to take some of that out because some's going to be burned by the fire and cut. But guess what? Ezekiel's going to have a remnant. So Ezekiel was told to line aside for the entire house of Israel and Judah and bear their sins because he was a priest. Follow me. And those who are obedient to the prophesying words of Ezekiel are the hairs that get tucked into his skirt. Y'all got to follow me. But even out of the remnant, some is going to still stray, but there's going to be a portion of the remnant that's going to be redeemed through the siege based on Ezekiel's atonement for their sins or bearing their iniquities. Because Ezekiel bare their iniquities, a remnant of Israel and Judah was saved from the siege. Now, I hope y'all are following me here. I'm giving you something heavy. All right? Just follow me. All right? Nazarene is funny. All right? So check this. Right? Let me show you something. I don't know what's going on in the chat. I can't really see it. But check this out. Let's go to a very little known manuscript. Let me show you this real quick. All right? Again, I'm giving you gems you're not going to find nowhere else. I guarantee, because I scoured the internet in our community. I don't see nobody talking about this stuff, right? Here is a manuscript that's called The Lives of the Prophets. I don't know if you ever heard of this before, but I'm going to show it to y'all. All right? And also got a text that I'll share in Patreon that you can get, or you can email me and I'll send it to you, right? The Lives of the Prophets, all right? Let's check this out. The Lives of the Prophets. Hold on, let me zoom it in so y'all can see it a little closer. The Lives of the Prophets is a pseudepigraphal collection, not in any scriptural canon, of folk stories and legends about the major and minor biblical prophets and a number of other prophetic figures from the Old Testament books of 1 Kings, 2 Chronicles, and Nehemiah. Remember, I mentioned Nehemiah to you guys? Okay. The work demonstrates the popularity of religious and philosophical biography in the Mediterranean and Near Eastern areas during the Hellenistic period from the 3rd century BCE to the 3rd century CE. All right. Originally written in the 1st century AD in Hebrew, keep that in mind. The Lives is extant only in Greek translation and in Syriac, Latin, and Ethiopic translations made from the Greek. So we know based on textual analysis of the Greek text that it was originally a Hebrew text that was translated into Greek and survives only now in the Greek. So we don't have that original Hebrew. The original authors was a Jew, but the versions that have been preserved all show signs of Christian editing, especially of the Messianic and iconographical, iconographical material, right? And you see that happen a lot. A lot of times Christians get their hands on stuff and just editing the hell out of stuff. We see all that in so-called New Testament. They just editing everything. Just edit this, edit that. That's just what Christians do. They just edit everything, right? But check it. Each section uses legendary and biblical sources to summarize the life of a particular prophet. The lives of the prophets includes such typical Hellenistic religious motifs as miracles and divine epiphanies. Many of the stories are related to, if not dependent on, other apocryphal works. E.g., the life of Isaiah resembles the martyrdom of Isaiah. The life of Jeremiah recalls the account of the Ark of the Covenant in the second book of Maccabees. And the life of Habakkuk is related to Bel and the dragon in additions to Daniel. All right. Now, I'm showing you this for a reason. But why am I showing you this? Because I want to bring emphasis on Ezekiel. All right. So let me bring it up here. Check it out. I'm bringing on the screen. And again, you're not finding this information nowhere. We bringing it out here first in the community. All right. Check it out. Let's get into the work. Let's get into this work. All right. Let me zoom in. Now, this is from the actual book of the Lives of the Prophets. All right. And this says here of Ezekiel. He was from the district of Sarira of the priests, and he died in the land of Chaldea in the time of the captivity after uttering many prophecies to those who were in Judea. He was slain by the leader of the Israelite exiles who had been rebuked by him for his worship, of idols, and they buried him in the field of Nahor and the tomb of Shem and Arphaxad and the ancestors of Abraham. The tomb is a double cave, according to whose plan Abraham also made the tomb of Sarah in Hebron. It's called double because it was a winding stairway, and there is an upper chamber hidden from the main floor, hung in the rock above the ground level. This prophet gave to the people a sign that they should pay attention to the river Kabar. When its waters shall fail, they were to expect the sickle of desolation to the end of the earth. The sickle of desolation to the end of the earth, when it should overflow the return of Jerusalem. While the saint was dwelling there, many kept coming to him, and on one occasion, when a throng had assembled to him, the Chaldeans feared an uprising and came upon them to destroy them. He made the water cease its flow so that they could flee to the other side, but when the enemy ventured to pursue, they were drowned. Through his prayer, he provided for them ample sustenance and fish, which came of their own accord to be caught. Many were at the point of death. He cheered with the news of the life coming to them from God. When the people were being destroyed by the enemy, he went to the hostile captains and so terrified them with marvels, which he wrought, that they ceased. It was then that he said to the people, "Are we indeed perishing? Is our hope at the end?" And by the vision of the dry bones, he persuaded them that there is hope for Israel both now and in the time to come. Divine, why are you showing me this? Because after Ezekiel bore the sins of the entire house of Israel and Judah, a remnant believed his prophecy and they were preserved, but the ones who didn't, his own people, they killed him. He was a martyr. After he bore the sins of the people, they killed him. Okay. Remember I told you we're doing forensic profiling. This is deep. This is deep. I didn't write this stuff. I didn't make this stuff up. I'm just telling you what is. So let's get a little bit deeper. All right. Let's get a little bit deeper. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 34 and verse 22. Let's stay in Ezekiel for now, and I'm gonna venture out Ezekiel in a minute. Right? Ezekiel says, "I will rescue my flock. They will no longer be a prey, and I will judge between sheep and sheep. And I will set over them one shepherd, my servant David, and he shall feed them. He shall feed them and be their shepherd. And I, Yod-Heh-Wav, will be their power, and my servant David shall be Nazi, prince, among them. I, Yod-Heh-Wav, I have spoken." Now, there are various ways of interpretation of this based on various people examining the text. This could be talking about a literal resurrection of David that's coming back to be a prince, or this can represent somebody from the lineage of David. Now, I'm going to give you something very interesting, all right? Before Let me leave out of this. Let's go to chapter 37, verse 24. My servant Dawid shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall walk in my rules and be careful to obey my statutes. They shall dwell in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, where your fathers live. They and their children's children shall dwell there forever. And Dawid, my servant, shall be their prince or Navi forever. I will make a covenant of peace with them. It will be an everlasting covenant with them, and I will set them in their land and multiply them, and will set my sanctuary in their midst forevermore. My dwelling place shall be with them, and I will be their power, and they shall be my people. Then the nations will know that I am Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, who sanctifies Israel, when my sanctuary is in their midst forever. We're rocking in here to see these things. Talking about the shepherd and Dawid, the shepherd and Dawid. But let's get Yirmiyahu chapter 23. That's going to explicate on this a little bit more. All right? Check it out. Then I will gather the remnant of my flock out of the countries where I have driven them, and I will bring them back to their fold, and they shall be fruitful and multiply. So a flock that has been scattered, he's going to bring them back to the fold. You know, the lost sheep, you know, the 99 that was here and the one that was scattered, and the shepherd goes after that one to bring it back to the 99. Okay, right? I will set shepherds over them who will care for them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall any be missing, declares Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. Behold, the days are coming, declares Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, where I will raise up to David, led the weed in the Hebrew. Now, led the weed is our conjunction, right? Preposition. I will raise up to David a righteous branch. That means the righteous branch is distinct and separate from Dawid based on the syntax of grammar that is occurring with your preposition lamed that is attached to Dawid. I will raise a righteous branch to Dawid, and he shall reign as king and deal wisely, and shall execute justice and righteousness in the land. Now, why am I talking about the king thing? We're going to get into that in 1 second. In his days, Judah will be saved, and Israel will dwell securely, and this is the name by which he will be called. Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is our righteousness. So, a king is going to be called Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh is our righteousness? That's deep. That's deep. Therefore, behold, the days are coming, declares Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, when they shall no longer say, as Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh lives, who brought up the people out of Israel, of the land of Israel, the land of Egypt, but as Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh lives, who brought up and led the offspring of the house of Israel out of the north country and of all the countries where he had driven them, then they should dwell in their land. That's the key thing. Redeeming them, cleansing them, and restoring them in the land, right? By way of a righteous branch. That's important. But let's get a little further into that, because that was just complementary to what we read in Ezekiel. Let's get a little further than that. If the king is going to be used as a shepherd to gather the lost flock, sanctify them, cleanse them of their unrighteousness, and bring them back into the land, this is a process. It's an extensive process. I want to show you something. Let's go to Tehillim 45 and verses 6 to 7. Check it out. Let me show you something interesting about the king. Okay? We're gonna stay here. We're gonna start here. I don't know if y'all can see it, man. Let me get back to the screen. Hold on. Y'all saying share the screen, Divine. Okay, I caught it. I got it. Here we go right here. My bad. All right. Tehillim of Psalms 45:1 to the choir master, according to Lilies, a maskil of the sons of Korah, a love song. My heart overflows with a pleasing theme. I address my verses to the king. My tongue is like the pen of a ready scribe. Let's go to verse 4. In your majesty, ride out victoriously for the cause of truth and meekness and righteousness. Let your right hand teach you awesome deeds. Your arrows are sharp in the heart of the king's enemies. The peoples fall under you. Your throne, O God. Wait, who are we talking to? The king of Israel. He's called a God. is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom is a scepter of uprightness. Let's go get confirmation. Verse 7, you have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness beyond your companions. Your robes are all fragrant with myrrh and aloes and cassia. From ivory places, string instruments make you glad. Now, check it out. We know string instruments relates to David because David played a harp-like instrument. All right? Follow the typologies, right? But check it out. It says, Elohim, Eloheka. That means Elohim, God, your God. Shemen, Shoshon, etc. Now, Elohim, Eloheka. It says, God, your God, who the king, that's the king of Israel that sits on the throne, is called a God. You're going to be like, well, Devon, what are you talking about? You bugging out. Not necessarily. Let's go to the book of Exodus. Let me show you something in the book of Exodus. All right. Let's go to the book of Exodus. All right, Exodus 7. Now, pay close attention. This is why learning the language is important. All right. I just showed you that the king could be called God. Now I'm going to show you that a prophet can be a God. I'm going to show you language. And Yod-Heh-Wav said to Moshe, see, I have made you like God to Pharaoh, and your brother shall be your prophet. Now, I'm going to show you an error in the Christian translation. Now, you see that word like God? That word like is not there in the Hebrew. Let me prove it to you. All right? Check it out. Our word here is Elohim le, well, hold on. Elohim le paro. Elohim le paro. So this is netatika. I will make you like a God. Two, this is the inseparable preposition, lamed prefix to paro. I will make you God to Pharaoh. I will make you Moshe, Aharon, who are my mouthpieces or prophets. I'm going to make you God to Pharaoh. Not like, because if it was like, you will have the kaf prefix to Elohim, which is like or as. That's not there. Let me show you or juxtapose this with something that's very interesting in the book of Daniel. Let's get the book of Daniel. Hold on. Let me get the book of Daniel. I'll show you something interesting and why you need to learn the language so you can correct a lot of these translations. Let me show you something very interesting, okay? Let's get Daniel chapter 7, verse 13. It says, I saw in the night visions, and behold, with the clouds of heaven, there came one like a son of man, and he came to the Ancient of Days and was presented before him. Now, we have the word like a son of man. Now, that's correct. But check out the KJV. What does the KJV says? The KJV says, I saw in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven and came to the Ancient of Days, and they brought him near before him. Now, when it says Son of Man, I told you that is a mortal who is subject to a power that's greater than him, and in his servants to the power that's greater than him, he is utilized to serve the people of Yah. It's deep, but it's also simple. However, if you was looking at the KJV and the ESV, how would you know which translation is correct? You will go into the language. Let's check it out. Remember that feature I told you that's not existing in Exodus chapter 7, right? The Hebrew says it very clear. It says, Kebar Enash. Kebar Enash. Bar means son. Enash means man, son of man. And the kaf prefix, the inseparable kaf with the shewa underneath, ka or K-bar. So ka means like, but there is no definitive article, which would be ha or ka or the patak underneath the kaf would be the. The is not there. It's one like a son of man. So if it's one like a son of man and not the son of man, therefore we are creating a profile because now a is an indefinite article that can relate to anybody, which means it is a profile that can fit anybody, but it takes us understanding the prophecies to see who it fits. Now, I hope you'll follow me. So you're telling me that the king of Israel is a god, right? And you're telling me a prophet can also be likened unto a god. A prophet who's also a priest can also bear the sins of the people. And typically when he's bearing the sins of the people and prophesying a word to the people that is unfavorable, they also kill him. I hope y'all following me. I pray that my voice carries me through to the end of the session because this is heavy stuff. Let me stop for a second. Again, follow the things that we are building up. Okay? I don't know what y'all talking about in here. All right, so hopefully you'll follow me. So check it out. Keyword agency. I like that model. Thank you. Agency. All right. So check this out. We're not done. Let's keep going. All right. Now I want to bring you to something that's very, very interesting. I want to bring you to something that's called the two Messiah theory. I want to bring you to something that's called the two Messiah theory. Now, mind you, we are taking data from the database through our discovery of correlations to see if we can build a profile that is of a particular human subject that can be grouped in a particular category. All right. Follow me, family. Follow me. Follow me. I'm showing you some stuff here. All right. We're not even talking about Yeshua. Forget Yeshua right now. We ain't dealing with Yeshua right now. I'm just building a profile. All right. Let's get to this two Messiah theory. And you can look it up. You can Google it all you want. Look it up. And again, I mentioned this in a prior lecture. And any of my mods remember those lectures, you can pass it in the post it in the chat. But check this out. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 9. I want to show you something fun. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 9. Or Zechariah chapter 9. Excuse me. All right. I'm going to show you something that perplexed the rabbis. Zechariah chapter 9, verse 9, rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king is coming to you. Righteous and having salvation is he. Humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. I will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse of Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall speak peace to the nations. His rule shall be from the sea to the sea, and from river to the end of the earth. Now, this is interesting. You're telling me that your king, righteous and having salvation, is going to be humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. No king rides on a donkey. A king rides on a chariot. What kind of king rides on a donkey? One that is humble, proclaiming peace before war. Now, check this out. Let's move forward. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 14 and verse 2. Zechariah 14, verse 2, right? For I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken, and the houses plundered, and the women raped. Half of the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be cut off. Then Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh will go out and fight against these nations, and as when he fights on the day of battle. And on that day his feet shall stand on the Mount of Olives that lies between Jerusalem on the east, and on the Mount of Olives shall he split into two from east to west by a very wide valley, so that one half of the mount shall move northward and the other shall move southward. All right. Now check it out. Let's scroll down. Let's scroll down. All right. Scroll down. Let's scroll down. And Yod-Heh-Wav will be king over all the earth. And on that day, Yod-Heh-Wav will be one and his name one. Interesting. Name and his name one. Okay, that's interesting stuff. And that he's doing. And it says, and this shall be the plague with which the Yod-Heh-Wav will strike all the peoples that wage war against Jerusalem. Right? Then it goes on verse 14. Even Judah will fight at Jerusalem, and the wealth of all the surrounding nations shall be collected, gold, silver, and garments in great abundance. And a plague like this plague shall fall upon all the horses, etc., etc. Then everyone who survives of all the nations that have come against Jerusalem shall go up year after year to worship the King, Yod-Heh-Wav hosts, and to keep the Feast of Booths. And if any of the families of the earth do not go up to Jerusalem to worship the King, Yod-Heh-Wav hosts, there will be no rain on them. Now, why is this important? Because it was interpreted by sages and rabbis that chapter 9 is referring to one aspect or characteristic of the Messiah or the Messiah king that's to come. And then the verse 14 is talking about a king agent representing Yah that's going to rule with a fist of iron. So you got a humble king that's coming, and then you got a king that's waging war. When we go to the book of Isaiah and Jeremiah, the same king is coming to wage war. So now, is this king going to be humble, riding on a donkey, or is he coming on a chariot of fire with brimstone and fire to rain judgment on the nations? It becomes very perplexing. However, you have what's called the two Messiah theory that exists. You have one that's called Ben Yosef and one is called Ben Dawid. Messiah ben Yosef, Messiah ben Dawid. Now, why is this important? It's deep. When we go into the Talmud, Sanhedrin, chapter 98 or tractate 98, A and B, we see something very interesting. We see a discussion that's going on pertaining to the son of David and the future Messiah. Now, I'm going to hone in to one particular verse in that. Let me bring it up here on your screen for y'all. I want to show you something. And then from there, I'm going to jump into what we call the Dead Sea Scrolls, the extra biblical text amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls, where they also try to reconcile this. Again, these are not people that follow Yeshua. Follow me. Follow me. Shout out to Better Yisrael in the building. Shalom. Let's go in. Let me bring it up on your screen for your viewing pleasure. Give me a second. Let me grab this for you real quick. All right. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Here we go. I think I already downloaded it. Let's see. Is it there? No, let me download it. All right. Let me bring it up for y'all on the screen. Check this out. I'm not going to read the entire tractate. You guys can do this on your own by going to safaria.org. Matter of fact, let me drop the link in the chat in case anybody's interested. This is where you can read the Talmud, the Targums, all of that, okay? The Mishnah, Midrash, all of that for free. Because I always give free resources as well, so you can fact check what I'm saying and get access to the information in my absence. You don't need Divine for this information. I'm just here to present it because I love y'all. I'm making it easy. All right. So this is coming from safaria.org. There's the link. I put it in the chat. And I'm going to read this for you real quick. Sanhedrin 98a, Rabbi Alexandri says, Rabbi Yehoshua ben Levi raises a contradiction between two depictions of the coming Messiah. It is written, there came with the clouds of heaven one like a son of man, and there was given him dominion and glory in the kingdom. His dominion is an everlasting dominion. Daniel chapter 7, verse 13 and 14. And it is written, behold, your king shall come to you. He is just and victorious, lowly and riding upon a donkey, and upon a coat, the foal of a donkey. Zechariah chapter 9:9. Rabbi Alexandria explains, if the Jewish people merit redemption, the Messiah will come in a miraculous manner with the clouds of heaven. If they do not merit redemption, the Messiah will come lowly and riding upon a donkey. Now, let's slow down. Let's slow down for a second. What these rabbis are talking about is they're being asked questions, and they're having a public forum amongst rabbis trying to figure out the son of David, the Messiah. How will we be able to spot him? How do we know who he is? They're saying if the children of Israel are not ready for the Messiah, if they are sinful, rebellious, and stiff-necked, then guess what? He's going to come riding on a donkey. But if they're in a righteous state, he will come with the clouds of heaven and rain judgment on his enemies, his adversaries. Now, why am I saying this? It's deep. Follow me. Follow me. It's a thread that's going through all of this. I'm not writing this stuff for the record. I didn't write this. Let me take you to what's called the Melchizedek scroll. Check it out. I got some more information. We got tons of information on it. This is deep. All right, it's deep. Check this out. All right. Let's go to the Dead Sea Scrolls. Let me pull it up on my screen for y'all in 1 second. And if you want this source, I will. I think it's on the Patreon. Okay, it's on the Patreon. All right, here it is. All right. Let's go to the Melchizedek scroll, which is 11Q13. Okay, that's his designation. Let me zoom in. Okay. All right, let me show you the book. It's on page 532. Hold on, let me show you the book first. This is the book. It's called The Complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English. Okay. Again, this is also on the Patreon. So if you subscribe to the Patreon, you get access to this and tons of other books we have on there. All right. Even the Aramaic New Testament in English. All right. Which I just added, and I got to do a post for it. All right. So here we're going to go to page 532. Okay. This is a very extensive book. It's 716 pages. I want to show you 532, and I'm going to show you another scroll from here, okay? So just bear with me. All right, let's just scroll through the rest of it. All right. The Heavenly Prince, Melchizedek. Now, how does the Melchizedek element tie into what we just said? Remember, we talked about priests. Only a priest can bear the iniquity of the people. Matter of fact, I got to give you Torah for that, because we got to see if that typology exists in Torah. Let me get that for you in 1 second. Make sure you guys remind me so I don't forget after I go through this. A priest can bear the iniquity of the people, and Melchizedek is a type of priest king. And a priest king is scriptural. I'm going to get into that 1 second. Let me just read this for 1 second. All right. Let me zoom in for y'all. All right. This is a preface to it. The heavenly deliverer is Melchizedek. That means Melchizedek has to be some kind of priest that makes it to the heavenly realm, and he comes back to deliver the people. Check it out. Identical with the archangel Michael, he is the head of the sons of heaven, or gods of justice, and is referred to as Elohim or El. So Melchizedek, or somebody that represents Melchizedek, the high priest of the order of Melchizedek, is coming from the heavenly realm, similar to what Michael does. He's the head of the sons of heaven, you know, the host of the Shamayim, the gods of justice, and refers to as what? El or Elohim. He's referred to as a god. The same terminology occurs in the song of the Holocaust of the Sabbath. These Hebrew words normally mean God, but in a certain specific context, Jewish tradition also explains Elohim as primarily designating a judge. You get that more in the development of Second Temple Judaism. Here, Melchizedek is portrayed as presiding over the final judgment and condemnation of his demonic counterpart, Belial, Satan, the prince of darkness, elsewhere called Melchi-Resha. Okay? The great act of deliverance is expected to occur on the Day of Atonement at the end of the 10th Jubilee cycle. The manuscript sheds valuable light not only on the Melchizedek figure in the epistle to the Hebrews, but also to the development of the Messianic concept in the New Testament and early Christianity. Keep that in mind. These adherents to the Yahad community in what we call the Dead Sea region, the Qumran community, they were not Christians. They did not follow Yeshua. They did follow the teachers of righteousness, who was the head of the congregation. And they did find some peculiarities, especially identifying Melchizedek. And I'm going to get into that deepness Melchizedek 1 second. Check it out. And concerning that which he said, in the year of Jubilee, each of you shall return to his property. And likewise, this is the manner of the release. Every creditor that which has lent to his neighbor, he shall not exact of his neighbor, of his brother, blah, 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 this, and that, right? He will assign them to the sons of heaven, to the inheritance of Melchizedek, for he will cast their lot amid the portions of Melchizedek, who will return them there and will proclaim to them liberty, forgiving them of their iniquity. So wait, whoever this priest of the order of Melchizedek comes, he's going to forgive the iniquities of the sons of heaven, which are the ones who are also likened to the sons of light, who are the ones that are after the order of Melchizedek. He's going to be able to forgive their sins or their iniquities. And this thing will occur in the first week of the Jubilee that follows the 9 Jubilees. And the Day of Atonement is the end of the 10th Jubilee, when the sons of light, man, I heard that in the Brit Hadashah, the New Testament, and the men of the lot of Melchizedek will be atoned for. And a statute concerns them to provide them with their rewards. For this is the moment of the year of the grace of Melchizedek. For he by his strength judged the holy ones of God, executing judgment as it is written concerning him in the songs of Dawid, who said, Elohim has taken his place in the divine council. Whoa. So that means his priest after the order of Melchizedek has been entered into the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. And it was concerning him that was said, let the assembly of the peoples return to the height above them. El will judge the peoples. As for that which he said, how long will you judge unjustly and show partiality to the wicked? Its interpretation concerns Belial and the spirits of his lot, who rebelled by turning away from the precepts of God. You know, the sons of Belial are the ones who are the stiff-necked, hard-headed ones that turn away from the precepts or commands of God. And Melchizedek will avenge the vengeance of the judgment of God, and he will drag them from the hand of Belial and from the hand of all the spirits of his lot, and all the gods of justice will come to his aid to attend to destruction of Belial. And the height is all the sons of God. This is the day of peace and salvation, concerning which God spoke through the prophet Isaiah. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings the gospel, who proclaims salvation, who says to Zion, your Elohim reigns. We even have a KHM t-shirts, and we say this is the actual gospel, what we see in Isaiah chapter 52. And the messenger, the anointed one of the Spirit, concerning whom Daniel said, unto anointed one, a prince. Look at all these typologies, to comfort and mourn those who were what? Who needed to be badged up, to make them understand all ages in truth, who will turn away from Belial by the judgment of God. And it's written concerning him who says, your Elohim reigns. Zion is those who uphold the covenant, who turn from walking in the way of the people. And your Elohim is Melchizedek, who will save them from the hand of Belial. And for that which he said, then you shall send abroad the trumpet in all the land. Why? Because Melchizedek, he who comes at the order of Melchizedek, is going to send his messengers to send forth a trumpet to regather the sons of light, or the sons of heaven, so that they can wage war against the sons of Belial, those who are disobedient to the law, and he can commence judgment as a God amongst the divine council. Now, this is all deep stuff. I know I'm giving it to y'all, but you're going to say, what does that have to do with anything? All right. Shout out to Jacob Black for the donation. I appreciate that. Right. Let's go to Psalms chapter 110. We're going to see the induction into the order of Melchizedek has nothing to do with the New Testament originally. Let's go to Psalms 110. All right. This is a mind-blowing session. And again, I know time is escaping us. It's getting late. So I'm gonna try to curb it soon. I had tons of stuff I was gonna go through. I'm gonna curve it so I can open it up to question and answers. But we gonna get busy. All right. Let's go to Psalm 110. I'm gonna end off with this priest king situation. And then I gotta go back to the priest atoning for sin in Torah. And show you that typology. And then I got to go back to another scroll amongst the Dead Sea Scrolls to show you that a king comes after the heavenly priest, God, atones for the sins. He makes way for the king to come and rule. If you read Sahedrin chapter 98, that entire tractate and the discourse between the rabbis, they also allude to this. It's deep. This has nothing to do with the new. We're not even dealing with the New Testament. Okay? Check it out. Right? Check it out. Let's go to Psalm 110. Let me bring it up on the screen real quick. All right? Again, I had tons more to go, but I'm gonna curb it. We'll probably do a part 2. Right? This says a psalm of David. The Lord said to my Lord. Everybody always messes that thing up. But the Lord said to my Lord, Le David Mizmor, a psalm, Ne'em Yehawah, La Adoni Sheb Li Mini Ad Ashit. Now, the key thing is Yod He Wafe, which they translate as Lord uppercase, to Adoni, which is a lower master. So Yod He Wafe. So let's go back and translate it appropriately. All right. Psalm of David. Yod He Wafe said to my Adoni, a psalm of David, but they go back and say the psalmist is actually a third party that's writing a psalm about David and saying that Yod He Wafe said to his master, which is David, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. All of this is typological of anybody comes from the loins of David, right? Check it out. So you know who this is talking about. It's David, right? Scroll down. Yod He Wafe has sworn and will not change his mind. You are a priest forever after the order of Melchizedek. This declaration is the induction of David into the sonship of the divine council and also into the order of Melchizedek. This is why when we go back and we read about David becoming a prince amongst the people, he is representative of the Melchizedek order coming back to earth to do what we see the revelation of the Qumran community, the Ahad community, talking about this Melchizedek figure that's coming back to reign in the earth. David was inducted into the Melchizedek order. Now, why is this important? Because it says he will execute judgment, what? Among the nations. Filling them, of course, he will shatter chiefs over the wide earth. So a king priest. Why does it have to be a priest? Because he has to atone for the sins. Okay, wait, slow down. Let's get 2 Samuel chapter 8, verse 18. Let's go to 2 Samuel chapter 8. And Zadok, the son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, the son of Abiathar, were priests or Kohanim. So Zadok, now the Zadokites, those are the priests. We know they're Kohanim, right? The word there is what? Let's see what the word there is in Hebrew. Let's go to the word there in Hebrew. Kohanim, they're priests. Okay, keep that word. Let me show you something. Verse 18, and Benaiah, the son of Jehoiada, was over the Herethites and the Pelethites, and David's sons were priests. Now wait, slow down. Zadok, the son of Ahitub, is Zadok a Levite? Yes or no? I want y'all to say yes or no. And if you have yes or no, put the scripture in the chat. I'm going to give a little interaction before we wrap this up. Is Zadok from the lineage of Levi? Yes or no? And if so, put the scripture in the chat. Donnell, yes. And I've mentioned this in the past before, so you already know. That's why he was able to eat the showbread and not die. That's why he was able to. Did David put the ephod on? that the high, okay, we're going to stop there. All right. All right. This is participation for y'all. All right. You see this? Look at this. Shout out to Millie Love, the smartest chat on YouTube. Facts. Nobody's touching our chat, man. So if Zadok is from Levi and he's called, and his sons and all those people call Kohanim, then how in the world are we getting the same thing being called for David's sons? Let's make sure that's the appropriate word. Let's make sure it says, oh, Dawid Kohanim. U Bene, okay, the word ben in the construct form, and the sons of, plural construct form, the sons of Dawid are Kohanim. They are Kohanim. The same word that's being used of Zadok, who's a Levi. How in the world can David's sons be priests if they're not from Levi? Unless they were his father, their father David was inducted into the order of Melchizedek, and therefore anybody from his lineage can be a priest after the order of Melchizedek. There's a nuance that's hidden right there for you. However, some translations don't like that, and they translate it as rulers. But that is being very disingenuous, because then you would also have to translate Zadok and the previous verse, the word Kohanim, as rulers too, but they don't do that. See, they missed that nuance. Why is this important? If David is a king from the loins of Judah, and the scepter is given to Judah to rule as a king, he is now also being inducted into the order of Melchizedek. Yo, follow me, just intertwining. This comes full circle because now the priesthood of Melchizedek is hidden in Dawid. How did it get there? I did a whole lecture on this called a patriarchal priesthood in the Bible. The Midianites, who preserved the Melchizedek order, settled in the land, a portion of settled in the land with Judah and intermingled with Judah. They prepped the scene for David to now become inducted into the priesthood. This is deep. I think some of y'all are missing that, but you're going to follow me. So remember, I read for y'all the two Messiah theory, and we went and dealt with the lowly Messiah in Zechariah chapter 9, where the sages and rabbis said, well, if Israel is in a state of sin, then their Messiah is going to come riding on a donkey. That might be his first appearance, bringing peace, very humble, because they're not doing the righteous acts. And if the other side, they get right, then he's going to come with clouds of power, which represents divine protection and divine authority, the cloud rider. Okay, so look, check it. Check it. If we see a situation where we have this priest king through David, let's go to Zechariah, because Zechariah is when the Israelites are returning back, and Zechariah is the prophet that is speaking to the returnees from exile in Babylon. Let's go to Zechariah chapter 6. All right. And again, I can't get everything out tonight because we'll be here for hours. However, I think this is a good way to end it off. All right. Watch this. Watch this. Deep. Actually, let me go to Zechariah chapter 3. Watch how all of this is intertwined. Again, I didn't say nothing about the so-called New Testament. I didn't quote one scripture out the New Testament. We ain't dealing with that. I'm not even dealing with that. I'm simply using a forensic profiling methodology. Okay, wait. Remember, I still got to go to the priest atoning for sin and go to that other scroll and the Dead Sea Scroll. I'm going to get there in 1 second after I get through this. Check this out. A vision of Joshua, the high priest. It's very interesting that the high priest that's presiding over Israel in the return, his name is Joshua. That's deep. Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the messenger of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and Shatan standing at his right hand to accuse him. Now, this priest is being presented amongst the heavenly council. Now, you probably say, Divine, I don't believe you. Let's go to Job chapter 1. Now, we just, we just getting in with this, man. We're not playing games. Now, there was a day when the Ben Elohim came to present themselves before Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and Shatan also came among them. Let's go to Job chapter 2. Follow me, okay? I know I'm a little animated. It's my New York in me. And again, there was a day when the Ben Elohim came to present themselves before Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and Shatan also came among them to present himself before Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. This language is found similar here in Zechariah chapter 3. So therefore, this high priest is being presented or standing before Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, the angel of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, the representative of the agent, and Shatan is standing on the right hand to accuse him. Watch this. And Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh said to Shatan, Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh rebuke you, O Shatan. Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh has chosen Jerusalem, rebuke you. Is not this a brand plucked from the fire? Is this not somebody that has been taken from out of destruction? Okay. Now Joshua was standing before the angel clothed with filthy garments. What does that mean? That means him as a high priest, he is bearing the iniquity of Israel. You're going to say, Divine, what in Sam Hill is you talking about? All right, let's go to the scriptures for that. Let's go to Torah for that. Man, you got me rolling tonight, man. I'm trying to chill. Okay, I'm trying to chill. All right. Here we go. Let me get the scripture for you. Let me break it down for you. Give me 1 second. I lost my note. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I want to show y'all something. All right, here we go. Let's go to Numbers chapter 15, verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for all the congregation of the children of Israel, and it shall be forgiven them. This has to do with the sin of ignorance, sinning in ignorance. So we see a typology in the book of Hebrews about an offering being given once for all time. And for those who willingly sin, that offering that the high priest after the offering of Melchizedek then gives himself for, then you can only be, this is the typology there. This is the comparison, the affinity that we're looking at here. That the priest makes atonement to forgive sins. Okay. All right. All right. Let's get back to where we was at in Zechariah. So therefore, even with Yom Kippur, the priest bears the iniquity for Israel, and he gives an offering on the mercy seat in the holies of holies on behalf of atoning for all of Israel. That's what a priest can do. Are you following me? That's why Ezekiel can lie on his side, left and right, and bear the iniquity of Israel. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's go in a little further. Right? Again, I'm not even dealing with Yeshua yet. I'm not even talking about the New Testament. We ain't mentioned the New Testament yet. Let's keep going. Let's go back to Zechariah chapter 3 so we can understand what those filthy garments mean, meaning he's bearing the iniquity of the children of Israel, and he's being presented within the divine council before the agent of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh and Shatan, who's the prosecutor, because he has the filthy garments on. And the angel said to those who were standing before him, remove the filthy garments from him. And to him he said, behold, I have taken your iniquity from you, and I will clothe you with pure vestments. Now, we're not dealing with the New Testament, right? But there was some kind of situation where Yeshua was being crucified right? On a upright stake or a tree, not a cross. Staros got that connotation over time, but that's another discussion altogether. And when he was crucified, he says, Lama, Lama, he says, Ella, Ella, Lama sabachthani. My power, why have you forsaken me? And that's another thing in there too with the Targums and all that. I'm not going to touch on that tonight. But what happened was that spirit that was with him was removed from him because he has bore the iniquity of Israel, even up to the point of his martyrdom. That's the key thing. Ezekiel bore the iniquity, prophesied, and was martyred. He was able to do it as a priest. So if the Melchizedek order was preserved through David, he was inducted, and David was also called a son of the Most High. Why? Because he was inducted in his sonship. Then through his lineage, and we can show genealogy of anybody that comes from those loins, they also can be a priest prophet, a priest king. And I said, let them put a clean turban on his head. The process of purification, sanctification, being set apart. So they put a clean turban on his head and clothed him with garments, and the angel of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh was standing by. Now let's go to Zechariah chapter 6. Right? Let's scroll down here. Let me show you something. Right now, remember this priest now. Check this out. This is, and the word of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh came to me. Take from the exiles Heldai, Tobiah, Jedediah, who have arrived from Babylon, and go the same day to the house of Josiah, the son of Zephaniah. Right? Check it out. Take from them silver and gold, and make a crown and set it on the head of Joshua, the son of Jehozadak, the priest. So wait. Hold on. They put in a crown on the high priest? Whoa! I thought the scepter would not depart from Judah. I thought Levi was the priest, and there's laws pertaining to Levi and the book of Leviticus of Vayikra. That's what I thought. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. But yet here, they constructing a crown, and they put it on Joshua. Well, hold on. Is this because they're saying that now Joshua, the high priest, is not going to be the king, or is this another part of the typology? Just keep reading. And say to him, thus says Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh host, behold, the man whose name is what? The branch. Remember, I mentioned the branch earlier in the book of Jeremiah or Jeremiah. I talked about the branch. The branch, for he will branch out from his place, and he shall build the temple of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. Therefore, if there's a third temple being created in so-called Jerusalem today, that's not being done by the branch, because so many prophecies connect to the branch, and the regathering has to happen. Don't say that 1948 prophecy or the state of Israel is the fulfillment of this prophecy. And Operation Moshe and all those operations that was helicoptering, bringing in all these so-called Jews into the land. Stop that. We're not even going to have that conversation here, right? But watch this. It is he who is it? Is it Joshua, or is it the branch? Very interesting that Joshua is the name of the high priest, but they're also using him as an example for the branch. Joshua, high priest, branch, crown, deep, right? It is he who shall build the temple of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and shall bear royal honor, and shall sit and rule on the throne, and there shall be a priest on his throne, and the council piece shall be between them both. So you're gonna have a priest on the throne of the branch, and the branch is representative of him that comes from the loins of Jesse by way of Dawid, and there's going to be a peace or unity between the priest and the king. How can that be unless you see the nuance in Psalm 110 and 2 Samuel chapter 8 verse 18? Okay. All right. We diving kind of deep tonight. I want to know. Let's go to the book of war scroll, right? Let me go to 4Q285. Back in that book, I want to show you something. 4Q285. Let me zoom out. All right, that's our page 188. And the book that I have, again, you can get this book on the Patreon. Let's go to 188. Now, we eating, man. We feasting on this right now. All right, let's go. I'm about to wrap it up shortly. All right. Check it out. All right. 4Q85, fragment 7. Let's share my screen. The Messiah, branch of David. As it is written in the book of Isaiah the prophet, the thickets of the forest will be cut down with an axe, and Lebanon by a majestic one will fall. And there shall come forth a shoot from the stump of Jesse, the branch of David, and they will enter into judgment with, and the prince of the congregation, the branch of David, will kill him. And this, when it says judgment, it's talking about the Melchizedek, right? And that is the unrighteous king, which represents Shaitan. All right, and the prince of the congregation, a branch of David, will kill him by strokes and by wounds, and a priest of renown will command the slain of Kittim. So you have the branch of David that's going to enter into judgment or have a physical war, and then we have the priest of renown who's after the order of Melchizedek, because this over here, this right here, aligns with Melchizedek's scroll. So a priest after the order of Melchizedek is going to come to atone for the sins of the sons of light, those after the order of Melchizedek, and then that priest is gonna enter into judgment along with the branch of David, so they could be one and the same. So that two Messiah theory that the Sanhedrin is trying to figure out, those over here in the Yahad community have already trying to figure this thing out, and now we have some text called Brit Hadashah is saying, hey, this could be fulfilled in this person. This is their proposition. But unless you can see all the typologies within the text and outside the text, you can't really build a good profile for what you're reading for in the Brit Hadashah. Now, if we keep reading this, what I will recommend you do is go back and read the War Scroll. I'm not going to read it today. Go back and read the entire War Scroll, which is talking about the sons of Aaron going into judgment, the Melchizedek order, the son of David, them fighting against Belial. It is a wonderfully apocalyptically written text. I love it. It's beautiful. Go back and read it to get more context behind what I just read. But what I want to show you is that the branch of David is similar to the priest of renown, which is also a epithet of the Melchizedek priest, and they can be one and the same. This is another group that's not beholden to Yeshua, the Old Testament, not beholden to the rabbis, because a lot of the rabbi teachings we see preserved in the Mishnah and later the Gemara and later the Talmud that was completed in 5 to 600 BC, 600 CE, and the Mishnah completed in 200 CE is normally from the early rabbinic group that stemmed from the Pharisaic sect. They were at odds with the community that resided in the Dead Sea area, or we call the Qumran caves. So again, they're not agreeing with each other, but yet they're seeing similar things in the text that gives typology to what we're reading in the Brit Hadashah. Very interesting. You got to see these things. If you don't see these things, then it becomes very problematic to even build a case for what we read in Brit Hadashah. All right? Are y'all following me? All right. Okay. All right. Sister Millie Loves, you said you can't see the text. Oh, I'm sorry. It might have been really small. Let me grab it again. And let me zoom in. Is this big enough? Again, this is the War Scroll. All right. And the one that I was just reading, let's go to it real quick. The War Scroll from Cave 4. The Book of War, 4Q85. All right. That's the one I read. Fragment 7. Right here. We're talking about the Messiah, who is the branch of David. Prior to that, says the prince of the congregation and all of Israel, which is written in the book of Ezekiel the prophet. Remember, I read that for y'all. The king of Kittim. Kittim is representative of Rome or a Roman type empire. The prince of the congregation will pursue them as far as the great sea, and they shall flee from before Israel. And that time he shall stand against them, and they shall be stirred up against them, and they shall return to the dry land. In that time they shall bring him, the king of Kittim, before the prince of the congregation, and he, the branch, shall enter into judgment against the prince of the king of Kittim, while we have this atonement of sin. So the atonement of sin has to be done to pave the way for this physical king to come. So if you say the authors of Brit Hadashah is looking at Yeshua as completing these prophecies in his earthly ministry and then a return in the supernatural, it is only because they see the things that's seen in the Talmud and in the Dead Sea Scrolls that then harmonize in a person of Yeshua, or who they attribute to their prince of the congregation, or their teacher of the congregation, who's Yeshua Bar Yosef. We can get into the biblical Yeshua and the historical Yeshua, and we can see the conflations added by Christianity and patristic sources, but we'll save that for another time. Let me stop here. There's more I had to go, but I'm going to stop here. All right? All right. So, let me, hold on. Let me see. Let me open up the live real quick. And I'll have an open panel and for the next 20 minutes. So once you come in, you will have one opportunity to ask a question, to make a statement, to share a message, give some insight, whatever. When I drop the link, here's the link. All right. Jen and Drew, 7-Day Theory. Please keep your comments based on the subject matter at hand, my brother. All right. I do not want to deter away from this information. All right. Alo Devar, sis. No problem, sis. All right. So there's the link. All right. Oh, thank you so much, my brother James, aka Get Wise. I appreciate the donation, and I'm glad you enjoyed that lecture. So one of my mods can drop that lecture in the chat if anybody else wants to take a look at it. All right. Anytime, sister. Hadashah. Anytime, sis. That's what I'm here to do. All right. All right. So the link is in the chat. So if anybody wants to come on, ask a question, leave a comment, give some edification, provide some insight, we have the next 18 minutes to do so. All right. Thank you so much, family. I'm glad you enjoyed that feast. So I'll do a second part where I'm going to get into the word Zabach. And I'm going to show you this word, the cognitive of this word in Ugaritic, because in Ugaritic culture, which is the sister culture, and Ugaritic is also a West Semitic language like we have for Hebrew. The king was also the high priest. And I have a document that I'm going to share with you, an academic document that goes into all the times we see the word Zabach in the Ugaritic text. All right, which is DBH in the Ugaritic. All right. And again, if you want to learn Ugaritic, if you sign up for our Patreon at the $50 pledge, you'll get access to both Syriac and Ugaritic. All right. All right, cool. All right. So Yashia, it's interesting that you say that, because remember I told y'all when Yeshua was dining with his disciples, the early manuscripts did not have the word new there. It was what's called a covenant meal of blood and wine, that he was telling them, listen, I'm about to partake in this assignment, and I need y'all to covenant with me in blood, and bread represents my sacrifice. And therefore, if something was to happen to him, his disciples, based on that covenant meal, will have to continue in his stead. That had nothing to do with what we call New Testament. The New Testament, we find that in Paul's theology. Paul mentioned that in the book of Corinthians. He's the one that adds new there. But in the earliest manuscripts for the synoptic gospels, we don't find that term new in there. All right. All right. Better Israel says, do you believe the Talmud was written by Israelites? Yes, the Talmud was written by what we would call Judeans, right? A lot of it started before the temple, because rabbinic Judaism takes place after 70 AD. And from Nehemiah Ezra time until 70 CE, you have what's called Second Temple Judaism. Once the temple is destroyed, what emerges on the scene is rabbinic Judaism. All right. All right. Thank you for the donation. Just Want the Truth. I appreciate that. Official Local. Thank you so much for the donation. I appreciate that. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. All right. So again, family, hit the thumbs up while you're here. Hit the thumbs up while you're here. If you want the 24/7, 365 after party to all the resources and conversations that we have on here, plus exclusive content and academic articles, please sign up for our Patreon, which is www.patreon.com/DivineProspect. All right. And if you want any of the resources we mentioned, you can email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com and we can give it to you. Or if you want a personal one-on-one discussion with me, call us at 678-430-3832, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. All right. Let's bring on our guest. Thank you, my brother Shakar. Yaraya, I think you said you was in France. Are you in France, Shakar? Let me know. I spoke to another brother that was in France too. Let me know. We got enough brothers over there. We'll set up KHM in France. Just let me know, King. You know what I'm saying? We go get the work done in that community. You know what I'm saying? Get the ball rolling and hand it over to you guys to with the resources and manpower to get it done. All right. All right. So I'm going to start first with my brother, Karaite Israelites for Truth. You have the floor, my brother.
Shalom alaikum, my brother. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, question. Well, I got a statement. I don't know how you can possibly bridge Tanakh only Israelites with Messianic when we believe that the New Testament is not even inspired by the Almighty. For example, the New Testament insert verses where they don't even belong. For example, it takes when Jesus or Yeshua, whatever you call him, come from Egypt. It says so a prophecy can be fulfilled from Hosea chapter 11 verse 1. Out of Egypt have I called my son. When Hosea chapter 11 verse 1 is not even a prophecy. It's just a statement of what the Almighty had done for Israel, his son Israel, not Yeshua, but the New Testament writers, they inserted Yeshua where Israel should have been. And it wasn't even a prophecy. If you look at Hosea 11:1, it's just a statement that the Almighty had said to Israel to show what he did for Israel. And I can show you many, many other verses where the same type situation is, where a verse got to be twisted, dislocated, misinterpreted to insert Yeshua in it when Yeshua had nothing to do with the particular verse. The same as like Isaiah chapter 7, for example. I mean, there's many, many verses. I can spend a week talking about all the verses where the New Testament writers inserted Yeshua where he was not there. And if anybody is allowed to do that, then heck, why don't we believe in Mormonism? Because that's what they did. And the Muslims with the Quran, they did the same thing. So and the Orthodox Israelites with their Talmud, they did the same thing. And their oral law, for example, they did the same thing. All these people that bite off the Tanakh, they have twisted it to insert their own theology. So why should a Tanakh only Israelite follow the New Testament or an oral law or the Quran or the Book of Mormon? They all the same to us because they all twist the Tanakh. I can't hear you, bro.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Okay, so we're gonna slow down for a second, right? The first thing I want to say to you is that can you quote for me any scripture of the New Testament that I mentioned tonight?
That you mentioned tonight,
Yes.
New Testament. You did not quote any New Testament scriptures, but I'm going by the title of your topic. The
Yeah.
title of it was to bridge a gap between Tanakh only Israelites and
Well,
Messianic Israelites.
read the title again. What does it
Correct?
say? What does the title say? Read the title again.
I can't see it from where I'm.
Okay.
Hold on, let me see. Hold on. Okay, wait a minute. Just 1 second. Okay, Freestyle Friday session. It's a addressing concerns
Correct.
of Tanakh only Israelites.
Correct.
Well, this is my concern.
Okay. So what you mentioned is all the things you said is things I've already covered and things that I'm thoroughly familiar with, and I have no problem walk you through everything if we had the time, right? Now,
Okay.
when we get the time, we can do that. But let me ask you a question, okay? Let me ask you a question. Since your reference was strictly to the New Testament and nothing that I said earlier today, do you practice halakha? Yes or no? As a Karaite, do you practice halakha?
What do you mean exactly? You mean just law?
No. So, do you know what halakha is? Have you studied halakha?
Explain it. I might know what it is, but not know it by
No
name
problem.
at this time.
So halach in the Hebrew means to walk, right?
Right. Right.
And the masculine singular, right? It means to walk, right?
Okay.
Now, it's a verb. Excuse me. It's a verb, and it means to walk. Third person masculine singular verb means to walk, right? Halakha is that we make it a third person feminine singular, and that means to walk, but more in a reflective, more contemplative sense. And literally, pretty much what it means is how do you walk out the implicit of the text explicitly? So there are parts of the text in which Torah does not tell you how something is properly done or ritually done. I give you an example of that. How are you supposed to ritually slaughter a lamb according to the Torah? Tell me how you do that.
Slit his throat to where the blood pours out like water.
Okay,
That's
show
all
me.
that the Tanakh really speak on it. It don't say. I know that the Orthodox Jews or Israelites say that you got to have a knife at a certain sharpness. You have to cut a certain way, but Tanakh itself doesn't say anything about all that. It just says um, to just to where the blood pours out into the ground like water.
Okay.
So
So
that's far
there's
as I can go is what it says. But I can of course look through external resources
no, 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 no,
to
no, no, no. You we just deal with
okay,
the text you said, right?
right,
Because
right,
if you
okay.
go to external resources and try to use it to interpret the text, now you are going against the grain of what your protocol is. You're doing the
Well,
same thing that other groups are doing.
well, not necessarily. When I say I'm talking about historical resources just to see how they did it, but not necessarily do it how they did it. You see what I'm saying?
So you go to the sources to see how they did it, but you won't do it how they did it.
No,
Give an
no, no, no,
example.
no, 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 no. I said not necessarily do it how they did it. But as far as that is concerned, I wouldn't do. I mean, I'm not pressured to do it any kind of way just so that the blood pours out like water. That's all that I'm concerned with. As long as it comes out like water, you know, that's far as the scriptures say. So I can't, I don't believe that the Almighty would judge me of doing wrong if I do it just like it says, and if there's no other explanation to it. You see what I'm saying?
I hear you. So the reason why I say that is because there's a whole body of halakha that's practiced by Karaites. Now I don't know if you know the history of that, but like I said, next time we talk, if you want to have a one-on-one with me, I'm gonna bring in a lot of information that I need you to see. There's no one Karaite that walks this planet that does not engage in halakha, even you. And I'm gonna demonstrate that for you. Probably not tonight, but the next time you have a follow-up call, I want to show you that. And the reason why I'm telling you that is because that's what you find elsewhere. There's different types of halakha, right? There's halakha agadah, right? Or excuse me, midrash. Midrash halakha
No,
and Midrash
Midrash. Okay.
agadah. So Midrash halakha is us seeking for something in the text and bringing it out. And when we look at the law, what we call the mitzvah, right? The law,
Right.
and we're seeking for something in the law that it says, and we're trying to draw out its application. You seek it and draw out this application. That's why I gave you an example of how do you kill a lamb, right? And you're quoting what the text says, but if I ask you to demonstrate it, how would you know how to demonstrate it? It requires a little bit more understanding of certain things before you can actually say, okay, this is how we are supposed to do it as far as prescription is concerned, right? So when you do midrash, you can either do it examining the law, or you can do it examining what's called the narrative of the text, the parts of it that is not codified as law, right? There's narratives. An example of narrative is Yosef in Bereshit, right? That's a narrative about his life, right? So
Correct.
when we're looking at it and say, okay, what kind of meaning can we extract from this narrative that we can then apply to how we walk out this thing? That is called Midrash Agadah on the narrative, and Midrash Halakha is how do we apply what we are seeking for in the law so that way it works in our contemporary environment, right? Now, you do that every day. Unbeknownst to you, that's what you do every day. So if somebody was to say, my brother, what name do you go by, my brother? Ezra?
Yes.
My brother Ezra, I want you to list out how you are applying Torah in your everyday life. Because now this is 2021, so we're not in the Iron Age period. So therefore, I need to know how you translating all these statutes, laws, and commandments into contemporary application. And I guarantee you, by you explaining to me how you do that, is going to showcase that you have your own form of halakha that differs from another Karaite. Now, why is this important? It's because when you see what's called the New Testament, they were performing midrash. When you perform midrash, sometimes you make allusions. It's a way of interpreting the text. And it was something that is historical that the Judeans were doing for a lengthy period of time. It's not something that just popped up to say, hey, look what they're doing in the New Testament. You need to understand the Targums. You need to understand the pseudepigrapha. You need to understand the Apocrypha. You need to understand the history of the Hellenistic invasion into the cultural identity of the Israelites through works like Philo. Then you got to go read the works of Josephus. All of this contextualizes the styling and techniques that's utilized in books outside of the Tanakh. This is important. If you want a holistic understanding, there's no way I can give you the entire Tanakh and you can just read it for itself and understand everything without any kind of extra biblical data. It's impossible. There's no way you can do that.
Well, and I did mention that earlier, but that's fine that everybody has their own traditions. I'm not knocking on that. If you got your own tradition, it's fine. But the problem comes in is will you be dogmatic with your tradition and then force everybody else to follow your tradition when it's not written? Now I got a problem with that.
But who am I forcing?
No. I'm not talking about you at all. I'm talking about what you're talking about. You're talking about halakha. I'm just saying I got no problem with that, and the way I do things might be different from the way the next Karaite do things, because the philosophy of Karaism is not to build your whole life on the sages before you, but to study the scriptures for yourself.
Correct. And not to be beholden to tradition.
Right, exactly.
So,
exactly.
In the process, you are creating your own tradition.
That's fine.
Okay.
I do understand that I do have some things that I do that you might not do, and we both is considered right in the eyes of the Almighty, because we don't do everything exactly the same, because we don't, we're so removed from the ancients, is, a lot of it's lost. So, I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if I create a tradition and then impose it on you, and then now there's a problem. If I say, this is the way I do it, I tie my shoe like this, now you have to do it, and everybody else have to do it, because that's the way I interpret the scripture, there's a problem with that.
But there should be guidelines of interpretation, right? Yes or no?
Absolutely. The rules of...
What's your guidelines of interpreting the text?
I follow the plain meaning of the text, not necessarily not necessarily the well, whatever it called for. If it called for to be literal, then I interpret it literal. If the context suggests that it be figurative, then I try to interpret it figuratively. So it depends on what the context is. The context is supposed to dictate the way that you interpret it. Depend on what kind of, if it's a song, for example, you interpret it as a song. If it's a poem, you interpret it as that. So the context dictates the way that everyone should interpret the text.
So is there any kind of extra biblical data that would be necessary in trying to understand and interpret the text?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I'm not knocking on the traditions. I stated that earlier. Like I would look at, I would go into your archive and see what you teach, because what you might have something that I need. I'm not. You see what I'm saying? I search rabbinic Judaism to see what they teach, even though I'm not of their basic philosophy, but they might have something that I need. I'm not knocking on, whatever. I mean, a good Muslim might have something that I need. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I'm not knocking on anybody's tradition, but I'm saying what I brought up in the beginning is the way that we interpret these scriptures. I don't see how we can embrace New Testament when it totally ravishes the Tanakh. As far, I mean, I would definitely like to have a discussion with you, or debate with you, even however you want to do it.
Whatever.
And I would show that definitely the New Testament it does too much damage to Tanakh. They have to do, it's like putting a round peg or a square peg in a round hole, or vice versa. It don't fit.
So okay, so then our debate discussion would be that you said that the New Testament does damage to the Tanakh. That's what you're saying.
Well, it would be that they don't go together. I will put it that way. I can show you text after text.
In the same way that rabbinic Judaism doesn't go with the Tanakh, the same way that we see
that the oral law, the same way that the oral law,
and you also dismiss any content from the Dead Sea Scrolls as well, correct? In that community,
dismiss.
Same way you dismiss the oral law and the
oral law. I can't really speak on the Dead Sea Scrolls because I haven't researched it enough.
Okay.
But I have researched some oral law, for example, like the law of kosher, for example. The Tanakh states in 3 places that don't boil a kid in his mother's milk. Rabbinic Judaism, in their oral law, they take that and say, okay, now you can't eat meat and milk at the same dinner, at the same table. I don't know how they get that.
For you, that's literal, right?
For me, that's a total contradiction of what the scripture is saying.
I'm saying for you, that's literal. Boiling a kid in its mother's milk, that's literal.
Yes, absolutely.
Even though when you read it stylistically, it looks different, meaning the style differs from the rest of the way the chapter reads. See, they're not just, and again, I don't subscribe to rabbinic Judaism. However, I'm thoroughly familiar with it. They're not just saying, okay, well, we're going to do separate meat from cheese because this says it. It's because when you read it in Hebrew, you can tell when there's breaks in the text. A good example is the reference to Melchizedek with Abraham. That doesn't go along with the rest of the narrative. And if you look at the style, it's written or inserted by somebody much later, right? So when you see that is something that breaks up the flow of the chapter, and therefore it brings attention to something that you didn't have to go on additional exposition to understand. And that is why they develop an oral law behind separating of meat and dairy, not because they're saying, oh, I'm just going to do what I want with the text, but because when they read it in Hebrew, they see these stylistic differences and they understand that this is to be taken slightly different than the rest of the way the text reads. There's a methodology behind that. They're not just doing it just for the sake of doing it. Right? I just want to share that with you. I'm going to give you sources on that too.
Okay.
discussion.
Okay, I read other places where they, just because it's mentioned 3 times is the reason why they interpret it like that. It's mentioned 3 times, so and I read that they don't want to accidentally eat meat, the child of the mother at the same table, and so if that meat was in the mother in that particular steak that you eating or whatever, or you know what I'm saying, come from the same place, like the milk and that meat came from the same place. We want to make sure. So the rabbinic law try to, what they say, put fences around Torah, so to make sure that you don't sin or overstep your bound with the law.
But we all do that. We all put measures in place like a fence to prevent us from violating Torah.
Right, and I said earlier that I got no beef with somebody that do that. But when I say, for example, if I don't want to go to the strip club and it's a big temptation for me, so I don't walk down that block. Okay, but I can't tell you don't walk down that block because that's my law. That's my rule. You see what I'm saying? When I be dogmatic and make it and say this is what the Almighty have commanded and impose that on the rest of the world, now there's a problem. And that's what Rabbinic Judaism do. It takes its old law and then imposes that. And then they tell anybody that that's in that particular religion, hey, if you do something other than what the rabbis are teaching, then you out of bounds, you out of place. You in danger.
So let me bring it home, and then again we can have a back and forth in the future, because I want to give an opportunity for everybody else on here to speak their mind. But if you want to debate, I'd rather have a discussion with you. I mean,
okay,
if you want to debate, we can. It's just I don't know if that's going to be probable in this, because I haven't seen none of your work on the subject matter, right? I've only seen you come on this platform a couple of times, and I kicked it with you, but I never seen you do any kind of work on the subject matter, so it's kind of difficult.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand.
I mean, if you do have it, let me know. You can email it to me, and I can check it out.
Okay, if we debate, I will give you all the information of where I'm coming from, so I won't blindside you and throw something in there that you haven't prepared for. You understand what I'm saying?
Listen, I'm prepared for anything, right? I'm just simply saying, in order for me to properly address your particular position, because you made a reference to something you don't even know what I subscribe to. Do you know what my position is on the New Testament? Let me ask you that first, because if you don't know that, then I don't even know why you want to debate.
Okay, well, you call yourself Messianic.
No,
so if you call yourself
Messianic, it's different. People call me that. That's the label they give me, because of this position that I have. But I'm asking you, are you familiar with my stance in regards to the New Testament? Because you can't have me defend a straw man. You have to. I will only defend what I teach, what I've said, and what I've shared. Anything other than that, I'm not going to defend. Just like I wouldn't expect you to defend Rabbinic Judaism if that's not your position, right?
Absolutely.
So what I'm saying is, if you don't know what my position is, then making a statement like the one you did may not help you in a debate against me, because I'm only going to defend what I've taught, what I've said, and what I believe, right? So
absolutely.
My question is, do you know? Because I have a whole playlist with those videos on. Have you watched any of those? Are you familiar with any of it?
I haven't watched up. No, I've watched a couple, and or even we discussed the last time I spoke to you, and I do support you. I am a Patreon.
No, I know.
We don't agree on everything, but I don't believe you. Are teaching anything that's damnable.
Thank you.
You see what I'm saying? So I support you. I don't believe you teaching that's damnable. I mean, I believe that as far as the stuff that I know, maybe we can exchange what we believe and take it from there.
Yeah, definitely.
But I don't subscribe to the New Testament. I know you subscribe to the New Testament, but I don't know on what level. I don't think that you. The last time we spoke, I believe you told me that you don't believe Paul is authoritative.
Correct.
I believe I got that from you.
That's correct.
But yeah, and so we in agreement on that.
Yeah.
But as far as you don't worship Yeshua as God.
No.
So that alone makes me to believe that what you're teaching is not damnable.
Yeah. So
you don't teach that a man is God and stuff like that. So I know that you're not hurting the community. So that's why I support you.
No, so I got you on there. But did you see? How would you interpret Psalm 45, verses 6 and 7? What's your interpretation?
What does it say?
I'll bring it up, and then after that, I'll let you go, and we can follow up. Probably next Friday we can have a discussion.
Okay.
All right. Can you hear me clearly? Because I don't know. Some people are saying they can't really hear me that clearly. I don't know why.
Yeah, I hear you fine.
Okay.
I hear you fine.
All right. So Psalm 45 in verse 6 says, "Your throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom is a scepter of uprightness. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you with the oil of gladness beyond your companions." What's your interpretation of Psalm 45 verses 6 and 7?
My interpretation of those verses are as follow. I believe that is somebody writing about King David, and the Almighty is telling King David or his offspring, because sometimes it's talking about King David, but is referring to his lineage, that he's going to destroy his enemies.
Well, that's not. That's
essentially. I mean, basically.
So when it says your throne, O God, is forever and ever. The scepter of your kingdom is the scepter of rightness. You have loved righteousness and hated wickedness. Therefore, God, your God, has anointed you. Can you explain what that means?
God has anointed him.
Anointed who? Another God?
No, well, in the Tanakh, there's kings that are called God. There's prophets that are called God. Like God with a small g. Like even the judges, they judge. Yeah, the judges. He said that. How that verse go? I'm trying to. I don't know how it go, but
Psalm 82.
Read that.
Where it talks about the divine counsel. All right.
No, not. Let me see.
Psalm 82.
Where the judges will judge.
God has taken his place in the divine council in the midst of the gods. He holds judgment, and it says, "How long will you judge unjustly and show partiality?"
That's it.
Psalm 82. I knew my brother. I know where you gotta go. But what I'm saying is this: I'm asking you a question. If you read Psalm 45 and 7, where it says, "Therefore, God, your God," if you go into the Hebrew, and I read it here in the Hebrew, so people can see what it's saying, right? And you can go check it out for yourself in the Hebrew. It says it very clear. It says Elohim, Eloheka. That means God, your God, right? So Elohim is masculine plural. That can also be a majestic plural if you're looking at it in a singular sense, depending upon what the verb is. The verb has to agree with their noun, right? And then it says Eloheka. When you have ka as a suffix, that's second person masculine possessive, right? Your, and then Elohe. Elohe is construct. Elohim, Eloheka. God, your God. So God has a God, but what is it referring to? Is the king of Israel, can he be considered God?
Yes, in this context.
Okay, so
just like Moshe is a God to Pharaoh. I mean, that's what I was saying, is that they're not God in the sense of the almighty deity. They're not God in that sense, but you can be God in another sense. You could even be a representative of God, called God, just like Moses or Moshe. He represented God to Pharaoh. So he was a God to Pharaoh, because Pharaoh didn't know the Almighty, but he knows this man is standing in the Almighty's place. In that sense, he can be called God. I mean, even I read in the New Testament where they accused Yeshua of being God, and Yeshua said, "You were called gods."
Correct. So when I'm saying, and that's the Second Temple Judaism understanding or interpretation that developed in regards to that text. That wasn't the Iron Age understanding of that text. It did not liken humans to gods, right, in the judging sense. So I can go over those verses with you at another time. But I think something is very interesting when we talk about this God situation. In First Chronicles chapter 29 and verse 10, it says, therefore David blessed Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh in the presence of all the assembly. And David said, blessed are you, O Lord, the God of Israel, our Father forever, forever. Yours, O Lord, is the greatness and the power and the glory and the victory and the majesty, for all that is in the heavens and in the kingdom, in the earth is yours. Yours is the kingdom, O Lord, and exalted forever. Right? Now, here's the funny thing. You jump down to verse 20.
Where's it? Where we at?
First Chronicles chapter 29.
First Chronicles. Okay.
When you jump down to verse 20, it says, then David said to all the assembly, bless Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, Elohekah, your power. And all the assembly blessed Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, the God of their fathers, and bowed their heads and paid homage to the Lord and the king. Now, if we go into the Hebrew, there are distinct words in Hebrew for worship, right?
Yes.
You agree? Okay.
Yes.
So would you liken the same word for worship of God to worship of man, or do you think they're two distinct words?
Well, this word here is applied to both, it appears. I mean, I haven't looked at the Hebrew syntax of it, but it just looking at it in English here, it looks like they bowed their heads and worship. So I don't know what word worship they use right here, but it applied to Yah and the king. But I don't, like I said, I haven't studied the verse. I don't know. I can't comment on it. I don't know.
No problem. Well, that's what I'm saying. So if we was to have a discussion, then these things are important to understand my position in regards to how I view what's called the New Testament, right? But suffice it to say in Hebrew, I'll give it to you in Hebrew, right? Wayomer, and he said, David, because in Hebrew syntax, you have the verb that typically precedes the noun. Lekal, which means to all, hak kahal, to all the assembly. Bareku, which means to bless. Na et Yahweh Elohechem, that means to bless, or in the word of barek, it's in the PL stem, which means it's an intensive bowing or prostrating or honorific action. Now, et Yahweh Elohechem, your power, so bless. Why? Baraku, kal, all the hakal, which is all the assembly. Yahweh Elohei, which is again is in the masculine plural construct, which is the God of Abotehem, of your fathers, of their fathers, which is in the third person masculine plural. Wayik Kedu, which is, and they bow their heads. And that's the word there that you would get for worship, a word that you use for worship, which is kadad. Kadad is a word for worship where you're paying homage to something. And you usually see it linked with that word that follows what we're going to read for worship, such as Bereshit chapter 24 and verse 28. But if you continue to read, it uses the next word, which is why yis tahawu Yahweh we lam melech. So why yis tahawu, which is the Heath Payal is the reflective, active sense, or reflective, simple action sense.
Right.
So now we have a bowing of heads and a full prostration to Yahweh, which is your conjunction, that syntax to la, which is your to the, because you have the patak underneath the lamed, you have to the king. So you have Yahweh and to the king. They're doing both these actions to the Most High, Yahweh, and to the king, We Lam Malek. So now, if we look in, again, this is why I gave you to Psalm 45, where it says, your throne, O God, and he said to your God, God is referring to the king as God, all the way to the point where now, where they're paying homage to Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, the king is the agent of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh as a God, and now they're given the same honor and homage, not in the sense where the king as a man is the creator of everything, but he's endowed, or he's imbued with the same power and authority as Yahweh, where he's considered a God in the earth, and the people's actions reflect that. Let me give you another example, right? If you go into the Telerod letters, have you read the Telerod letters before?
No.
Okay. So the Telerad letters, and you also have the Lachish letters. These letters were written by commanders to the king, alerting of different things that was transpiring right before the Babylonians attacked. We're gonna just use the Lachish letters. And then you also have the Amarna letters. Have you heard of the Amarna letters before?
Never heard of those.
Okay, so the Amarna letters were written by Canaanite vassal kings in Canaan that they were writing to the king in Egypt because the Abiru was sacking their cities, right? So when they were writing, there's a particular style in which you start your salutation before you enter the letter. And we see some elements of that in the scriptures as well. They say, they give a high honor of praise to whoever the king is. And they say, what is your servant but a dog to you? Right? And then they have language in there that if you did not know the culture, you would think the king is God. And he's not God. But what I'm simply saying is for somebody who has a royal lineage to be exalted as a God or as a power that has authority, it is not alien to Tanakh. Tanakh teaches that. So that's all I'm saying. So when we deal with typologies, I want you to be able to explicate these typologies where they disagree with the New Testament. If you want to go into allusions and quotations, I'm also going to show you something interesting. Have you read the various textual variants of the Old Testament, the Targums, and the Septuagint? Because a textual variant shows differences in various texts that are supposed to be the same.
Yes, I'm familiar with textual criticism. I haven't read all of them, but I study Hebrew textual criticism and Greek textual criticisms.
That's good. Now, if you study that, then the question that, it's not a question, but the statement I have, and I'm going to end off on this. I know I kept saying it, but I love having these bills, especially with you, my brother, is that if you looked at this, you see that variance is in various places, and there's also variance for these so-called allusions that you are making reference to. And I'm going to show it to you. There are verses that are transposed in different places. So if I can show you evidence of that around the 1st century CE, then you would have to either concede or disagree with the fact that manuscripts existed that did not read exactly the way that what we have is called the BHS, which is the Biblia Hebraica Studentgensia, which is the academic
Studentensia,
correct, which is derived from the Leningrad Codex that we use today. And there's, mind you, that's part of the majority text. And there's thousands of manuscripts. There's different readings. And the Targum is paraphrases in Aramaic of that have different readings as well. Short forms of the readings, longer form of the readings, and even whole verses are transposed. So we have to understand the culture during 1st century CE that people would have been privy to, and the same literary devices that they would have utilized to lay down this text as it pertains to a particular Nabi or prophet. We see these same type of allusions even used within the Tanakh itself, and I will demonstrate to you as well. So that's what I'm saying. I would love to build with you first so you can kind of see where my position is. And again, since you do support the ministry and the things that I do, I am eternally grateful for your support, your patronage, and for just coming on the session. This is why I rather have a build with you, so we can teach each other, we can learn, and we can see where each other stands. So that way, you know that I'm still your brother in arms, and you're still my brother in arms. Is that okay with you, my brother?
That's fine. That's fine.
Cool. I appreciate that. All right,
but I do want to say that you're going to have to do a whole lot of verses that you're going to have to show an alternative reading for, because the New Testament, there's a whole lot of alternative what I call misinterpreted, dislocated verses and misapplicated verses that the New Testament take out of the Tanakh. But if they are all alternative readings that will explain that, then that's fine.
Yeah, and there's several books written on this. So I don't know if you're interested in it. I can send them to you. You can read it just to kind of prep.
Absolutely.
Where they actually talk about the things that I just said to you and kind of show you the harmonization and or the variance and or allusions used even in the Tanakh. You know, there's allusions used in the Tanakh that could be considered misapplied. I'm gonna show that to you as well. I'm gonna bring it out. So then we have to call the Tanakh, erroneous, but the Tanakh uses it well. The Nabiim, the prophets, do that in the Tanakh. It's very interesting when we see these nuances, but when we have our bill, I'll bring it out. But in the interim, if you want resources, I can send it to you just so that way we could be on the same page, right? Because I don't believe in ambush scholarship. I believe whoever I'm speaking to should have access and be able to see and understand the same thing that I'm drawing from, so that way we can have an even discussion. That's all.
Absolutely. That's the way I feel.
Uneven weights and balances. So with that, my
Right.
brother, I appreciate that. Let me move on to the next guest. You're always welcome to come on
Okay.
this platform. And again, let's talk offline as far as scheduling. When we can have discussion, inbox me on Patreon or email me, so that way we can schedule something for the future. Okay.
Okay. Appreciate it, bro.
Anytime, Malek. You enjoy the rest of your Shabbat.
Yeah, you too. Take care, bro.
All
right.
All right. That's my good brother right there. All right. So next up is Marlo Eugene. My brother Marlo, you have the floor. Thank you for waiting patiently, my brother. I'm sorry for the long hold.
Nah, brother, I was hoping y'all could keep going. Honestly, you know, that was the discussion we was kind of looking for.
Correct.
Is to get that perspective. How much experience do you have with the proponents of Torah only, Tanakh only?
A lot, because I deal with them all the time. Yeah.
Okay. So that being said, here's a question that I have just as a bystander, right? When you look in like Leviticus 17, when it's talking about the ordinances with blood,
correct,
specifically verse 11.
Okay. Let me pull it up so everybody can see it. Hold on one second, my brother.
Oh, good.
Get it on the screen. Okay, it's on the screen.
For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it for you on the altar to make atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that makes atonement by the life. What's their typical explanation for that, right? Like, because I know that we have examples like Daniel, who were in a time of captivity that were still considered righteous by all things considered. But with the specific idea of atonement, for those of us who are proponents of the New Testament, we know what that means, right? For us. But for the Tanakh and Torah only brothers, what is their typical explanation for how they get around the sequence of atonement? They don't have a temple, right? No Levitical priesthood.
It's through prayer. So there's a rabbi.
Got you.
Yahanan, I believe. And I actually had those notes I was going to share today, but is a rabbi that in a Sanhedrin ruling ruled that the transition should be made away from sacrifices and should be to prayers for atonement. Right. And I'll bring that out as well if I have that discussion with that brother so they can see it. So that's the first thing. Their midrash for Leviticus 17:11 is varied. It just depends on who you ask, right? They say different things. But it says, for the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you, given it for you on the altar to make atonement for your souls, for it is the blood that makes atonement by the life. So they're saying here that this will represent the sacrifice of animals that you would use on the altar, because remember, the high priest in Yom Kippur would sprinkle blood on the altar, right? And that would make atonement for all the sons of Israel. For it is the blood that makes atonement by the life, right? So they would say that that's what that's referring to. Now, mind you, they don't subscribe to human sacrifice, even though the Most High required that in several scriptures. I did a whole lecture on that. I don't know if you've seen it, my brother. It's called
I haven't seen that one.
Oh yeah, it's called Capital Punishment: Human Atonement for Sins in the Bible. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat so you can probably click it and save it. And then the one main scripture I left out of that is when Josiah was doing his reforms, and the Most High told him to sacrifice bodies on altars. Right. So let me give this to you. Hold on. Let me give that to you. This lecture real quick. You got to take your time with this lecture because it's a couple of hours long, right? But there's a lot of info in it. I mean, I think in this one I also brought out a reference in the Tanakh about Yeshua that acknowledges his historicity, right? For people that say he didn't exist. But here's the link here in the chat. So just click on it if you can and save it.
Gotcha.
And now I'm going to give you one last verse and I'm going to show you this.
All right.
So let's go to 1 Kings chapter 13 verse 2 and then 2 Kings 23 and 20. So 1 Kings 13 and 2 and 2 Kings, which is the fulfillment of it, 23 and 20. Right? I'm gonna pull it up on the screen real quick. All right, so it says here, and behold, a man of God came out of Judah by the word of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh to Bethel. Jeroboam was standing by the altar to make offerings. And the man cried out against the altar by the word of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh and said, O altar, altar, thus says Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, behold, a son shall be born to the house of David, Josiah by name, and he shall sacrifice on you the priests of the high places who make offerings on you, and human bones will be burnt on you.
Wow.
Now, that's interesting. When you go to 2 Kings, chapter 23, and 20 is the main verse. Let me show you this real quick, right? And the king went up to the house of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and this is verse 2, and with him all the men of Judah and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem and the priests and the prophets and all the people, both small and great. And he read in their hearing all the words of the book of the covenant that they had found in the house of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. And the king stood by the pillar and made a covenant before Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh to walk after Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh and to keep his commandments and his testimonies and his statutes with all his heart and all his soul, to perform the words of this covenant that were written in this book. And all the people joined in the covenant. Now, this is important now, right? So he's already committed himself to the covenant and all the statutes, laws, commandments that are contained therein. So therefore, a human zabach would be egregious, right? If he's keeping the statutes, laws, and commandments, right? You would think, right? All right, let's keep reading. And it says, and he disposed the priests who made the kings of Judah, whom the kings of Judah had ordained to make offerings in the high places at the cities of Judah and around Jerusalem, those who burn incense to Baal, to the sun and to the moon, and the constellations in all the hosts of heaven. And he brought out the Asherah from the house of the Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh outside of Jerusalem, blah, blah, blah. Then it says, and beat it to dust and cast it upon the graves of the common people, right? So he's doing all these reforms, right? Now check this out. Check this out. Scroll down a little further, a little further. And he defiled the high places that were east of Jerusalem and broke the pillars and cut the Asherim and the altar of Baal, etc., etc. Now let's go all the way down, all right? Verse 19. And Josiah removed all the shrines also of the high places that were in the cities of Samaria, towards the north now, which kings of the Israel had made, provoking Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh in anger, and he did them according to all he had done at Bethel. And he sacrificed all the priests of the high places who were there on the altars and burned human bones on them. Then he returned to Jerusalem. Now, this poses a problem because a lot of my brothers who are Tanakh only says the word zabach is only used to refer to animal sacrifices. Well, that's not the case here in 2 Kings chapter 23 and 30, because the word here is right here. It's wahiz zabach. And he sacrificed et kal kohane, the prophets of Ha-Bamot, asher sham al ham mitz bechot. The key word here is zabach is used for people, the kohane, the people, plural, the priests. So he's sacrificing priests, but not only that, the Most High sacrifices people too, to be given as food to animals. Let's go to the book of Ezekiel, right? I'm gonna give it. And again, if you want to go back to this stuff, I mentioned this in that lecture that I posted, so you can go back and see it. All right.
Okay.
So this is in Ezekiel chapter. Let me bring it up. Ezekiel chapter 39. Let me bring it up real quick. Hold on. Let me get it real quick for you. 39, and we're going to go at verse 17. Ezekiel 39 and 17. And everybody that's watching, you can read the rest of it for context, right? Let me share it on the screen so everybody can see it. And again, it's a very taboo subject for people today because of what we call rabbinic Judaism that has went back to reinterpret this through their extant midrash, because it becomes very problematic to say that the Most High zabaked somebody, or that a man that was considered righteous among almost everybody, any known king, Josiah, who's keeping the statute of commandments, is sacrificing priests on altars. That kind of sounds kind of weird. It's only taboo to us because we're out of context of the culture, right?
Gotcha.
And through the development of dogma, they have seek to reinterpret these passages so that way it doesn't hold that same taboo that they assumed it did in the past, but it didn't. So Ezekiel chapter 39 verse 17 says, "As for you, son of man, thus says the Lord God, speak to the birds of every sort and to all the beasts of the field, assemble and come gather for all around to the sacrificial feast that I am preparing for you, a great sacrificial feast on the mountains of Israel, and you shall eat flesh and drink blood. You shall what? Eat the flesh of the mighty and drink the blood of princes of the earth, of rams, of lambs, of he-goats, of bulls, all of them fat beasts of Bashan, and you shall eat till you are filled and drink blood till you are drunk at the sacrificial feast that I am preparing for you." So wait, the Most High is making a zabak feast of people that he strikes down through Israel, and he's telling the animals to eat them. This is called irony, because typically humans sacrifice animals and they eat them. In this case, humans are sacrificing other humans on behalf of Yah so that animals can eat them. And the word zabak is used there. So we have several places where zabak is used for human sacrifice. The Most High always expected human sacrifice. Human bodies was always supposed to be given to him. This is called kerem. So there's this term is cognate with what we see in what's called the Moabite stone, or the Misha stele, where the same word is used for things that are designated for sacrifice, and humans are part of those designations for sacrifice that is prescribed in Torah. Is there. And if you go watch the lecture, it's all throughout the lecture. So the point is, and I'll say this and sum it up, the reason why I use that as a typology is because Yeshua, he was given up for a human sacrifice to atone for sins. Why? Because whenever somebody sins in the camp, if you don't put that person to death, the sins permeates to everybody. Everybody's in sin. So the Most High requires you to give a body so everybody can be spared. Achan is a great example.
Achan, when he stole.
So if you don't give them that body, everybody's gonna be in sin. So what happens is they thought that Yeshua was practicing witchcraft and blasphemy. So what they did was they had to give up that body, because if they didn't give that body up under the pretenses that they believed that he was committing these egregious acts against Torah, then everybody will be in sin. So they had to give the body. So through that giving of the body, the Most High used that sacrifice as a means of a form of atonement. But that atonement only applies to, Yeshua says, I do not pray for the world. I only pray for those you gave me. That means those who come after the order of Melchizedek, those who subscribe to the teaching of Yeshua and walk in his path in his absence, are the ones that he's praying for, the ones that this atonement atones for, similar to what we read in the Melchizedek scroll, where the judgment and the actions of the Melchizedek from the heavenly realm, he's making atonement for the sons of light who are under him. That's all the atonement is for. It's not an atonement that's for everybody. In a sense, it's similar to Calvinism and the tulip theology, which teaches limited atonement. It is limited atonement. He's only here for those who accept him, and he's here mainly for the children of Israel. And as a disobedience factor of Israel, according to what Paul says in Romans 11, if there are Gentiles that are grafted in, it's not for them to boast against the natural branches. They only brought in because of the disbelief of those who it was for, that they become benefactors, because now they're going to be servants in the kingdom, because there's going to be a war, there's going to be destruction of things, everything has to be rebuilt. So they're going to be the servants to rebuild, serve Israel to fulfill the prophecies of the Tanakh. And then from there, ushering into eternity, they can only enter the gates, if they get into the gates, by means of whoever they cleaved unto, what tribe they cleaved unto. There's only 12 gates. There's no gate for Gentiles, right? So this is something that is very technical when you get into the language, the culture, that you get to see nuances that shows up in what's called the Brit Hadashah, but because the dogma of Judeo-Christianity doesn't allow you to see it, you tend to miss these things or overlook them, and then it causes a great point of contention because you start arguing apologetic and polemic discourses that was done during the Middle Age period and the medieval period. There's tons of discourses from Jews and Christians that people use today that did not exist in first century CE Palestine, but nobody studies the history. So they therefore, like the brother brought up to me, and I love my brother, shouts to my brother Ezra, he's bringing up an argument that showed up in the Middle Ages. You know why? Because right at the cups of the empire of Rome adopting Christianity, you start to have these heated debates between Jews and Christian, but it starts with the book of the works of Justin Martyr and a discourse to trifle the Jew. Correct. Where he starts to change things. Like he starts to say things like, oh, let me reinterpret what daimonion means. It means this. But that's not what the text was conveying. That's what he added the connotation to the word, where the person he was dialoguing with, this is a Greek now, not the Jew, but a Greek, was saying, wait, daimonion means A, B, and C. And Justin's like, no, I don't mean that. This is what it means. And then he inserts his knowledge of Enoch and he overlays it or superimposes it onto the word daimonion, where he extends the semantic range of the word, where it did not hold that same meaning when we read it in the New Testament. I have a whole, I think it's like a 300-page dissertation that somebody wrote, an academic wrote on that, and it's really heavy. So I only share this because I get into their position and I know all the angles. I know all of them. Maybe not all of them. I know enough of them. So when I hear things like, oh, somebody took this verse and used it over here, I said, wait, do you know that was going on like very frequently? And a lot of variants we find that arises in the post-exilic period. This is not new. This has been going on all the time. And there are targums, which are paraphrase translations that preserve an older Hebrew, and the Septuagint also preserves a Hebrew manuscript that we no longer have. So we don't have the original Hebrew manuscript to compare the Septuagint against to see if the translators translated faithfully in a lot of areas, or if they were loose in certain areas, because there's certain things you just can't translate from one language to another. So what I try to tell the brothers, because we have thousands of manuscripts, unless you've collated all these manuscripts and examined all the textual variants, there's no way you can say, well, they're misapplying this and this allusion here. I'm like, well, you know, this is used in other manuscripts and we don't have no autographs. So therefore, if there's no autographs, you can only work with the data you have and use interpretation techniques to deduce what the original would have said. And we have so tight of a methodology that we can deduce it for the Old Testament to a veracity of about 85%. We say we have at least 85% of the original based on all the manuscripts. In the New Testament, they say we have at least 95% of the original, with the 5% margin of error based on textual variance that actually changes the essence of a verse, and certain variants that was added or interpolated, such as the woman caught in adultery. That was a later interpretation. Interpolation.
Oh, wow.
Right?
Wow.
That wasn't in the earliest manuscript. Just like the word new, when Yeshua was having that covenant meal, and he said, this is my blood of the New Testament. New is in later manuscripts. Early manuscripts don't have the word new there. The reason why new finds its way there, because it was a marginal error written by a scribe that then becomes inserted to harmonize with what Paul's saying in the book of Corinthians, right? Because it's only in Paul's writings, and he has the earliest writings, that we have that term New Covenant.
You brought that out.
New Testament, but we don't have it in the early synoptic gospels and in the textual variants of the P fragments. So before we get codices, which is full books, we have P fragments. P fragments are actually fragments of full extant codices or books, but because of the persecution and so forth, a lot of it wasn't fully preserved. However, when Christianity convinced the emperor to adopt Christianity as a state-sponsored religion, now they had imperial monies to create additional codices. And that's why we start seeing in the 4th century CE full codices like Alexandrinus and Vaticanus and so forth that start arising, where we have full books. But if we go to any of those books, and if you go to any of those P fragments, we don't see new there for that particular verse, because it was a covenant meal, which is an ancient Near Eastern practice where a teacher goes into covenant with his disciples so that they carry on his teachings in his absence. And the blood and the bread represents that. That's called a covenant meal. Anybody could look that up, right?
Wow.
So it's just ways that Christians and Israelites and Jews misinterpret the text because they do not consider all the textual and extra textual data that allows you a holistic view to see the context in which things was written and what its intention was for its immediate audience. I'm sorry, my brother. I know you probably wanted to add. I'm gonna let you get the final word.
Man, I'm soaking everything up. I'm soaking it. No, it was just a question, man. That's it.
Oh, okay, yeah. All praise to the Most High. Keep that.
Indeed.
So when we do the follow-up, either with my brother Ezra, or I know a couple other people as well, I want you to bring that up and ask them these questions because I'm going to show the provenance of those ideas. See, if somebody says to me, well, you can replace sacrifice with prayers, I'm gonna say, well, where are you getting that from? Word. Then they're gonna go to certain passages. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna bring out the work of that rabbi and say, you know who taught this first? And we don't have any evidence prior to him teaching that was Rabbi so and so, so and so. That's where that idea concept comes from. So that's embedded in your presupposition because you are regurgitating something that you heard somebody else taught or you read somewhere, but not know the province of that idea that inspired that person to write what they wrote that then inspired you. If you can't trace back the breadcrumbs up that mountain, then you don't know that what you're learning is something that is faithfully extracted from the text, or if it's something that somebody interpreted and then applied onto the ideas of the people.
That's going to be interesting too, because that brother was a Karaite, right? They pride themselves on not going by the tradition. So that'll be an interesting dynamic to see play out if you guys get back to dialogue.
Yeah, you need to ask him, what is your form of atonement?
Right.
Because the tradition says that it's prayers now. That's what they declared. But he has to explain what's his form.
Mm-hmm. Yes, indeed.
So, all right, man. Yeah, anytime, King. I watch your stuff, man. Just so you know, I love how you break stuff down, and like I said, I like your music, man. So I'm a fan of your work, my brother. You may not know that, but I'm telling you, man. I'm gonna definitely
try to get more involved. Thank you, brother.
And everybody watching, be sure to go back and subscribe to my brother's channel. Check out his material. He's on point, very sharp brother, and he's good with the music as well. All right, let me move on because I know it's getting late. The next person is Jen and Jews. Please, my brother, don't ask me nothing about the book of Genesis unless it relates to the subject matter at hand, unless you're going to get us the proto-evangelium or something like that. Can you give me something as it pertains to this? I don't want to talk about the stock market and how GameStop stock through hedge funds was crashed. I understand all of that. That's not what we're talking about today. You kept posting in the chat. Can you please provide something, my brother, that's relevant to the discussion? Go ahead. You got the floor.
Yeah, that's mainly all I deal with is Genesis. But the thing about the chat room information I was posting was obtaining to what you were speaking about the just creating your own financial stability and stuff like that. Those was like important little things that I was trying to relate to. Maybe some people could hear it if they saw it, because off a few dollars you could have made thousands like this weekend, and that's all I was trying to put in the chat.
No, and that's fine, and I appreciate that. We do teach investments. We do teach fiscal responsibility. We do teach economic empowerment through our Jubilee Manumission program. Are you aware of that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm very aware of it. Yeah, that's why I was posting what I was posting, because I know that's kind of like a river that you work with. That's one of your that's something that you
do. You work with that too? So, do you deal with that too?
Yeah,
is that your lane as well?
Yes.
Okay, so let's do a show
that's
on
all
that
I do
in the future.
All right, no problem. Yeah, but I just wanted to clear that up because I see I don't know if I got blocked or placed on timeout after posting that, but the reason I was posting it was because of the opportunity and because of how it deals with the prophecy that you was bringing out at that point.
I got you. Okay,
like that's what's going on right now. Yeah, so I just want to put the name out there so people could take a look at it. But it's Wall Street Bets. It's a group of people who come together or came together.
Yeah,
and
that was on Reddit. That was on Reddit. I tuned into that thread on Reddit, and that's how I found out about them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'm familiar with them, my brother. Right, like I said, I follow this stuff closely. I studied it thoroughly, and I appreciate you sharing that in conjunction with the prophecy. But we were really kind of just like focusing on this Tanakh only New Testament thing. But I appreciate that insight. And like I said, if you want to do a show in the future, shoot me an email. I get it over to my team and we'll add it to my schedule for some future date, probably in the next 30 days or so. Okay.
Okay, no problem. Can I ask you one question?
Man. Is it about
I
Genesis?
don't even know. It's about the word under that's in chapter 2. I had it in front of me. I had
Genesis chapter 2. You said the word under.
Yeah, under the firmament. Those under the firmament.
In Genesis 2 or Genesis 1?
I meant Genesis 1. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Chapter verse 6, I think.
Genesis 1:6. And Elohim said, "Let there be an expanse in the midst of the waters, and let it separate the waters from the waters." And verse 7 says, "And God made the expanses, separated the waters that were under the expanse from the waters, and they were above the expanse, and it was so." So your question is, what is the word there for under? Are you talking about the Hebrew word for under?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So have you studied this thoroughly yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I found the ancient root or the primitive root, and it led me back to the word Tanakh or Israelite.
To Israelite.
Yeah.
So you saying the word mitahat right here, that this means Israelite? You found a cognate somewhere that gets you to believe that means Israelite?
That word comes from I got it right here. Okay,
cool.
This the only thing I wanted to bring out. So
Yeah, no problem. Chamayim asher mit tahat. So you're saying that this right here has to do with you got it. Yeah, let me see that.
Okay, that was 6 where you found that at.
No, 7. 7, verse 7.
Okay. My the finding I have is H8478. And that word comes from, which is Takath. And it comes from the Hebrew word H8430. And the word H8430, that Tawak, it translates into.
So Tawak, okay, that has the furtive patach there, which is the patach that we see with this guttural, right? And that's that little dash underneath, and you see it's on the stem that faces the wav. That's called a furtive patach. That's just a feature in morphology. But go ahead. So you said you see Tawak, and you said that Tawak has to do with Israel, with being an Israelite or Hebrew or something.
But the meaning that comes up, it says from the unused root, meaning to depress, humble.
Okay.
Tawak, Israelite, Torah.
Okay.
And I'm not sure why that's like, is that correct, or is that the reading that you get?
I mean, that's from the Strongs. It's actually talking about a characteristic of an Israelite. But what I'll do for you is, do you have the Hebrew and Aramaic lexicon of the Old Testament?
No, that's what I need to look into.
Yeah, so I'll send that to you, and there's 3 other lexicons, and you can do a word analysis because Strong's is dated, and it's not really used anymore by people in academia. They use a couple of other other lexicons because it's more updated, because since the time of Strong's to now, we're talking about over 100 years, so much has occurred in the range of, the Semitic language. Like, more discoveries have been found. We're using what's called inscriptional Hebrew now. So his stuff is kind of dated, right? And also it's driven by his Christian dogma in some cases. So I would rather you see something different. So email me, kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. And what I'll do is I'll send you 3 lexicons that you can take a look at, and it'll give you more depth to the word Torah. I myself personally, I have not studied it down this far as under, because I understand what it means in regards to the context. But this word Tawak, I haven't done any extensive research. I'm not going to speak on it. I'd have to do the same word analysis I'm telling you to do. But I'm just going to give you the resources so you could beat me to it, because I probably won't be able to study anytime soon. And then you can come back and tell me what you discover.
So I should take what I'm finding here and compare it to a lexicon.
Yes, because this is giving you like a lexicon, because the lexicon just pretty much gives you the Hebrew, like you see Tawak there. You have Tav, Wav, and Chet. You know what I'm saying? So you would look that up in the lexicon, and then it would give you the meaning in that language, which would be Hebrew in this case, right? And then you'll see where they have it from. So you have like stuff like Gesenius, which is old and dated, but the BDB, Brown Java Briggs, is an enhanced version. And the good thing about BDB is that it does a semantic domain analysis. So if a word Tawak has a cognate in another language, a sister language, they tell you what it is in that sister language and let you know if there's any affinity, which is important, right? There's a lot of other lexicons that don't do that. Some leave it out, like Klein's Dictionary of Classical Hebrew, which is one of my favorites, but he has a different approach to it. But I would say look at it in these various lexicons and kind of compare to see if Israelite is also held up in there. But remember, we're talking about the root. So we can't do what's called the etymological fallacy, which means if there's a word there that we just saw, let me go back to the word. Let's go back to the word, right? The word there that we saw is the word here, which is takath, right? We have to see what takath means within the context in which it's used, because it is inflected, right? Because it also has the preposition mem, which means from, right? So let me break it out for you so you can see it again in verse 7, right? So this mem means from under, right?
Okay.
So yes, and then so from under. So we have to see what the word means in the context. The etymological fallacy is somebody says, okay, let me drive it all the way down to the trilateral root and say, oh, this is what the root means. So therefore, this is what the word means in this context. And that's called the etymological fallacy. And you don't want to commit that, because if you do that, that ruins the purpose of the actual word being inflected within this particular verse, right? So you have to see if Tawak is used to mean an Israelite, look for the places it's used to mean an Israelite to find what the context is, right? So that's just a good method of study. I'm just sharing with you, you know.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Yeah, that's another tool I could use, because I just been studying Genesis only, trying to because using the Strongs, like you say, it might be outdated. That's why I'm coming up with a lot of what I'm seeing. So
no. That doesn't mean, listen, that doesn't mean it's useless. Strong's got a lot of stuff right that still stands the test of time. However, it should never be your sole source, right? You should always have 2 or 3 witnesses to compare against each other, and from there deduce based on what they're saying what the actual meaning is. And also for the word Tawak, because like I said, I haven't studied it like that, so I can't tell you you're right or wrong or would give you any insight. I'm just simply saying is look to see where Tawak is used in the text to get context. And don't assume because it's used, the root is used somewhere and it has a meaning, that same meaning is implied or it's literally being expressed here in Genesis 1 and 7. But check it out, because you know a lot of people say based on Genesis that the other nations, or when we talk about Adam and Eve, and I think me and you talked about this before, that there's other nations, the beasts of the field could be the Gentiles and other nations, and Adam and Eve, represents, true humanity, and they, bear forth their seed, and it goes in the seed of Cain, and then those who were created in Genesis 1. So there's a lot of doctrines out there, and a lot of times people try to find these nuances to support those doctrines, and that might not be wrong. However, if we see a particular word is inflected purposely so it can have a particular meaning in this context, because if they wanted to mean Israelite, they would just say Tawak. It would say me Tawak. It would say from an Israelite, right?
Yeah. So you know
okay,
exactly. Yeah.
But it doesn't.
I was thinking that word was just there to represent the sons of God or the sons of man. Instead of Israelites, it'll be the sons of God.
I mean, that's a
which would have
good
been,
point.
yeah.
And
That's where I
again,
went with that thought, but
so all I'm saying is my job, right? When we talk, I have a job and I have an obligation. My obligation is to respect you as my brother, right? And the process of that, my job is twofold. Number one, to give you what I have to help you, and number two, to receive from you what you have to help me. And that's my objective, right? I'm not here to really contend or argue unless somebody wants smoke and we can go back and forth. But my objective, especially with you, my brother, because you are looking at a lot of nuances and you're finding things, discovering things that I think is critical to another re-examination of Genesis. What I also want to recommend for you, my brother,
and that's all
are
I'm
you
trying
part of
to
the? I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm listening.
I was gonna say what I also
think
want
I
to
lost
recommend for you. Can you hear me?
Okay, I hear you.
Okay. So what I also want to recommend for you is there's a book that I shared by I'll bring it up on screen so you call. It's so you can see it. Let me bring it up and show you on the screen. All right, it's called The Lost World of Genesis 1. And remember, what you're reading is from the book of Genesis 1. So let me share it with you real quick so you can see it. There we go. All right, can you see it?
Yeah, I got it. I see it.
Okay, so it's written by John H. Walton, and he addresses a lot of things in regards to Genesis chapter 1. For somebody like you who loves studying the book of Genesis, this is a must read. Okay, and if you read this, you'll understand.
You posted this as you posted this already, right? I think I saved the I think I saved it and I never went back to it, so it should be in my library.
Are you part of the Patreon?
No, I think you posted it for your Patreon and it showed up on YouTube.
Okay, but if you don't have the book, email me.
Posted something like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you don't have the book, email me and I'll send it to you. But I want you to read this because you'll see what my approach is when it comes to exegeting the text. Because John Walton, he's a Christian though, but he does an excellent job with examining the text culturally, and that's important because that's holistic. It's not going to be an exegesis the way a Christian would do it, but it's something culturally, and he goes into language because he's a professor of Old Testament studies and he knows Hebrew and all of that. So you would really get your mind blown after reading this. I guarantee you, my brother. And it would equip you as you're doing your survey of words and phrases and understanding of the text. But I think it will ground you more culturally so you can hinge your discoveries based on the cultural perspective that people would have had during that period of time.
Okay.
That's all.
Okay. That's why I like running it by you, because I know you have that insight. You have a deeper, you could give me what you just gave me. Because everybody they don't like to even pay attention to what I'm saying, but I know what I'm seeing is there. But
you're not crazy, my brother.
Give me the study with.
Yeah, you're not crazy. Yeah, you're not crazy. And every time I spoke to you, you always bring something to me, and I'm like, I didn't really look into that. You just messing me up because I wasn't even thinking about that. But I appreciate you for thinking outside the box. I respect that, right? Because it requires people who don't do it to do it in order to dialogue with you. So that's heavy. So I give you much props for that. Okay.
Yeah. I appreciate your time, Divine.
All right. Anytime, King. Respect. All right. Shalom, my brother. All right. So I have 2 more people. And after this, I have to go because it's over 4 hours and I'm getting tired. I'm trying to keep my eyes open. Next is Akshama.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom, King.
Hey, man, I just want to say, man, I thank the Most High for you, man. You do a work, man, and encourage me, with the way you study. You get real thorough going into the, former languages, man, and I appreciate, man, the way you break the word down, brother.
Anytime, my brother. It's an honor to serve the community, especially when we have good brothers like you in it.
I'll praise the Most High. Yeah, so I just I had a question, man. I I heard you talking to the brother earlier, and by the way, man, I thank the Most High for the topic tonight, man. I actually had a brother that was talking to me on his newfound belief that you don't believe in the New Testament anymore. He was asking me some of the same questions, a lot of stuff that you already answered. I already precepted him and got him, notes taken down. So, glory to the Most High for that. But I
But you
wanted
could you
to
could you
understand.
could always invite him here as well. He can come on the show and he can talk if you want.
I'll say this: he's not that disciplined and a respectful dialogue.
Yeah,
So I'm just saying, I don't, I know you're a real respectful brother. You know what I'm saying, and I know you have major patience to deal with him, but I don't know if it's gonna be vice versa. You know what I'm saying?
I understand. All right, go ahead, my brother. You got the floor.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. And in regards to even how you was breaking down earlier, I don't know where your stance is on this. So I just wanted to know if you could give me, the understanding, according to, your studies going into the other, the Hebrew and the Greek. What is the breakdown on Hosea 2 and verse 14?
You said Hosea 2 and 14.
Yeah.
Therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her, and I will give her. So this is the Most High talking about wooing Israel again, right? So this is used a lot by GOCC members and people that have similar understanding where they talk about the word Ba'ali and Ishi, right? So are you talking about just verse 2:14 or are you talking about up to 2:16?
Yeah, like 14 and 15, you know what I'm saying?
So
Basically, it's like a direct understanding. I'm believing, like, from what I'm reading there, the definitive understanding needs to come from what the wilderness is. Is that one particular place? Is
oh,
that a
I
whole
see what you're
world
saying.
region? You know what I'm saying? That's what I want to
Yeah,
know. And,
yeah,
and and
okay.
if I could go a little further, um, when you break down the scripture, you go into the Hebrew and all that. So I want to know if it's another. I'm not gonna say another, but like if it's a deeper understanding than just precepting within the Bible, scriptures like this, or am I supposed to go into Hebrew and it's going to say something different? You know what I'm saying?
So I think the most important thing you're asking. Oh wait, I'm not even showing my screen. Hold on, my bad. I thought I was sharing my screen. Here we go. So it says, therefore, behold, I will allure her and bring her into the wilderness and speak tenderly to her. Right. So this wilderness situation has to do with a reconciliation and in a future period of time that the Most High will have with the children of Israel. Right. So we don't have anything specified here. I mean, if looking at this, we have this in the imperfect tense. So it means it's something that will happen and hasn't happened yet. My assumption is this is going to happen when it says the rebels will be purged, right? In the period of time and where the Most High, before he puts the Israelites back into the land, that there will be a second wilderness situation to purge out those of the remnant that are not sincere, right? That are not trying to follow the statutes and commandments and get restored. But it's going to be a time where he's dealing with all of Israel. So that way he can woo them, right? Or he can run game on them, if we want to say it like that, to get them to get to know him again, right? Personally, right? And I think that's a way for him to restore the marriage he has with Israel. Period of time, the text is not specific of it. Some scholars say that it's figurative, some believe that it could be literal and it could be in alignment with other passages that talk about that wilderness purging. I would say I don't know which one it is. I look at it at a more eschatological perspective, right? When that final purge is going to happen during the wilderness period, during the last regathering. But because it's written in what's called a poetic hymn format, it's not a narrative, right? So it there's a lot of openness to speculate, right? So that's my position. Now, if you want to go to words, typically the word for wilderness is midbar, and that's the word for wilderness, or we say bamidbar for in the book of Numbers, and that pretty much means a pasture, a area that has a pasture. So a lot of times we think wilderness means a desert. That's not what wilderness means. Wilderness, there's no way you can survive in a desert. People say, "Oh, but the Most High gave him, quail and gave him manna." But also they also had herds. They had lamb and sheep. Goats. They can't eat quail, right? They eat grass. You know what I'm saying? They're not going to eat manna. Manna is not grass. That's not part of their diet. The scripture says it was like the coriander seed, right? You go back and look at the diet of these animals. They don't eat that. However, if you understand that the route in which they took had what's called pasture points, or places that had springs from point to point, that's how they were able to sustain their flock and get water in the wilderness, right? So on top of the rock being struck at times, there was also places of pasture area that they would travel to, and these are known by Bedouins there today, that they would go to place, and they would, allow their flock to graze, and then they would sustain themselves there, So when the Most High does this, wilderness typically means a testing ground where Israel will be tested, while the Most High is courting Israel again to see if the unfaithful wife will become faithful again once he courts her again and gets intimate with her again. Right? So,
if it's possible, I want to ask you something else on that. Do you believe that? So that is pertaining to the new covenant? What you were just saying just now?
The new covenant in what sense?
Like, how like in Hosea and in Jeremiah, it talks about he's going to give us a new covenant.
Correct. That's Ezekiel chapter 11, 19, Ezekiel chapter 36, 26, Jeremiah chapter 31. Yeah.
So would you correlate that him gathering at Israel and getting them to come back as being married unto the Most High, as them getting the law, statutes, and commandments put in their inward part?
Correlating that to the new covenant. Yes, definitely. Yes. Because a lot of people only care about marriage that's on paper, but they don't care about marriage as it pertains to the obligations outside of the paper, right? So Israel had their obligation based on what's written, and they just did it ritualistically, not from the heart, like Moshe said, to circumcise the foreskin of your heart. So Yah's going to teach them how to make it a heart relationship as opposed to one just written on stone and on paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, I got one last question. I'm gonna let you go out.
Yeah.
With this understanding, believe me, I wanted to search the scriptures so I can really understand with this word, and I found a biblical definition for wilderness, and every time I look at it, it's pertaining to the land where our forefathers got the first covenant. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah. Definitely. Give a verse for example.
Judith 5:14, that's one. Judith 5:14, and then Deuteronomy chapter 2, I think in verse 14, it says that says our forefather was in the wilderness for 38 years, but 38 of those years we were in a region, that's precept as the wilderness. But the 38 years, it says Kadesh Barnea, right? When I looked up Kadesh, of course that means holy desert. When you look in Judith 5:14, it says that the wilderness is Kadesh Barnea. It says that's what it is. And so that made me look at all the scriptures, like 1 Corinthians 10, when it talks about how our fathers were in the wilderness. It's all precepting the wilderness to this specific land region,
Gotcha.
Specific land regions. And so that's why I wanted to ask if you had ever seen anything and all the stuff that you saying that I'm learning every time I listen to you, if you had ever seen or heard anything about that, you know,
Yeah, that's
because
a good
I believe
question.
that's a big game changer.
Yeah. I agree, and that's a great question. So I'll look into that more. So the next time we chat, I can give you more insight because it'll be fresh on my mind. But I'll say that you're going in a pretty good direction. And if you just have any other questions, concerns that I can help you or share with you, just email me and I'll send you what I can to kind of help equip you to dive in a little deeper. Okay, my brother. But thank you for
Yeah, I
sharing.
appreciate you, Rob. Yes, guaranteed. I appreciate you, man. Shalom. Have a blessed Sabbath, dog.
You too, King. Shalom. All right. So last word is going to go from the way everlasting. But my brother, you have 5 minutes. Okay. You have 3 to 5 minutes, and then I'm going to wrap up because I'm extremely tired. All right. My brother Ivri of Israel, you came in pretty late on a tail end. So I'm not going to have enough time to allow you to speak now. But please, next time we open up the panel, please come on early so I can let you speak, my brother. Okay. So go ahead, the way everlasting.
Hey, greetings, brother. Greetings. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Awesome, man. Appreciate you. Honestly, man, you're one of the most scholared people that, we know and have on this side to bring in all the aspects that we need to get a complete understanding. So I really appreciate all the work you do for the community and all the studying and all the effort you put in, man. It's really appreciated.
I appreciate that, King. All praise to the Most High, man.
All praises.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so my because me personally, I'm coming in from a Tanakh only angle as well. And I know you brought out scriptures tonight, and so I'm gonna do my best to address what you brought out, because I was gonna touch on the New Testament, but I know you want to hear something on what you spoke about, and so you spoke about Zechariah, and you talked about Joshua, right, coming out of or what was it? Yeah, Joshua, the priest, the high priest, right? And so the most important thing for me is looking at this. I think when people start looking at prophecies, we lose track of what time period they're actually happening in and what's actually going on. And so I think you mentioned that they were looking at Joshua being the one who was going to set up the third temple. Am I correct on that or no?
Wouldn't be the third temple, would be the second temple. Oh no, you talking about the future after that situation. Yeah, it would be the third temple, but it wouldn't be done by Joshua, because they were in the process of rebuilding the second temple.
Okay, so what scripture did you use to predict the future?
Let me bring it up.
Okay,
let me bring it up. All right, so that's Zechariah chapter 6, and that will be verse 12, where it says, "Behold, the man whose name is the branch, and that whoever that branch person is, he's not there yet. For he shall branch out from his place, and he shall build the temple of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh. It is he who shall build the temple of Yod-Heh-Wav-Heh, and shall bear royal honor, and shall sit and rule on his throne, and there shall be a priest on his throne, and the council of peace shall be between them both." So we know this is not referring to what's going on in the immediate context, because nobody's sitting on a royal throne. There's no king or no prince of Israel here, right? That has been demolished. All you have is, at best, is a subservient governor. That Nehemiah was one of those subservient governors, right? And Zerubbabel was also one of those subservient governors. So there was not a king sitting on a throne. So whoever this branch is, at some future point, he's going to build a temple when the combination of priest and king is united on a single throne, right? So that couldn't be within the context of the second temple they're building, but they're doing all these type of examples, right? And using this figurative language and using Joshua as an example to show what will happen in the future.
Okay, because when I was reading this, I saw it all as one. And what I've noticed is that I see sometimes, like recently I had a discussion with somebody, and they literally took, in the middle of a verse, they literally switched it up to say, okay, we were talking about Solomon, and he was comparing it to Yeshua. And then in the middle of the verse, he said this no longer applies to Yeshua. It only now applies to Solomon. And it didn't make sense because when you, for instance, looking at this, when you read it straightforward, I'm just going to read from verse 9 down to 14. It says, and the word of the Most High came unto me, saying, take of them of the captivity, even Heldai and Tobiah and Jedediah, which are come from Babylon, and come thou the same day, and go into the house of Josiah, the son of Zephaniah. Take silver, then take silver and gold and make crowns and set them upon the head of Joshua, the son of Josedek, the high priest, and speak unto him, saying, thus speaketh the Most High of hosts, saying, behold, the man whose name is the branch. So it looks like this, the branch, this name, the branch, is being associated with Joshua, the son of Josedek. And so I'm not seeing how all of a sudden, like, it just switched to being a whole different person when he's literally telling him
So when that term branch is used elsewhere, who is it referring to? Is referring to Joshua the high priest?
Well, I'm just talking about in this case scenario, what we're reading right here. It clearly, this is who he's talking to. And then it says, and he shall grow up out of it. He shall grow up out of his place. He shall build the temple of the Most High. And it says, even he shall build the temple of the Most High, and he shall bear the glory, and he shall sit and rule upon his throne, and he shall be a priest upon his throne. And
so where is that taking place at? Do you have anything else that's showing that Joshua the high priest is fulfilling that?
Yeah, I actually do.
Yeah, give me a verse. Let's look at it real quick.
Ezra chapter 6.
Okay, let's go to Ezra 6.
Ezra 6:14.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Okay, and it says, and the elders of the Jews builded, and they prospered through the prophesying of Haggai the prophet and Zechariah the son of Edo, who we just heard, and they builded and finished it according to the commandment of the Most High of Israel, and according to the commandment of Cyrus and Darius and Artaxerxes, king of Persia. So we do see the finish. We do see the finishing of the building and that prophecy coming to completion. And so for me, like, the biggest part is what I see a lot of Christians do, even when it comes to New Testament prophecy or prophecies they say Yeshua fulfilled in the New Testament, is they take them out of context. They cherry pick, verses, and then
So I get you. So my question to you is, can you show me where that full prophecy is being fulfilled by Joshua the high priest? You got to show me where he's reigning on a throne as a priest and a king. That's not in Ezra 6:14. There's no mention of that being fulfilled anywhere.
Well, the building of the temple is associated with Joshua right here. So the fact that they just said that everything was built according to that.
But what about the royal element? Where's the royal element being exemplified through Joshua the high priest?
Well, all we can do, because we know right here, actually, this is at the point when he's actually becoming the priest right here. So
no, that was done chapters before. I read chapter 3. He was already the priest at that point. So what I'm saying is, if there is a scepter, which has to do with ruling, and the royalty, the word royal is there, that has to be demonstrated that it was fulfilled somewhere. I'm not saying you're wrong as far as the building of the temple. I'm saying, what about the other part of it? Where is that fulfilled at anywhere?
Well, you just said right now that it was fulfilled, like Joshua himself is the high priest. So if Zechariah now made Joshua the high priest, and it was acknowledged right here in this chapter,
well, Zechariah is a prophet, so he didn't make him anything.
Well, he didn't make him, but he fulfilled his role in the crowning, I guess it says, as that was what he was directed. So he was told to crown Joshua right here. So at that point, Joshua has now become like the king at this point. So now it's him finishing the building of the temple. So all that has taken place. So I don't see how this can be turned into a futuristic prophecy, because we just witnessed everything according to the word that all this has been taking place.
Well, so, but we don't see where he's sitting and ruling from a throne.
Well, it would have been the rebuilding and then him going into I mean, just the whole process. Like we don't see literally, it says Joshua was in, on the throne, but we just see it right here where the Most High pretty much told Zechariah to crown Joshua, right? And make him all right to rule. So I'm seeing it already fulfilled. It's being fulfilled right here.
So, all right,
Even
so
though we
check it
don't
out.
see
So,
even though we don't see it literally, like it's saying, okay, Joshua, now he's sitting on the throne and he's ruling, but we literally see it right here played out. And then it tells him
Joshua, wait. So is this in alignment with, let's say, the prophecies about Dawid and his lineage? Or are you talking about this is a separate king altogether that's ruling from inside the temple? Because I'm trying to think, when you look at the reconstruction of the temple, there's no throne room in there. I mean, unless somebody's going to sit on a mercy seat, and if you do that, then that's against Torah. You're going to be put to death.
Oh, yeah,
because that's where the presence of Yah dwells for oracle purposes, right? So the question is, if he's sitting and ruling on a throne from the temple, then you have to first show where this is taking place. Second, you have to show, does he have any successors? And if so, are they also ruling on a throne?
Well, if we look at,
because the sovereignty of Israel was removed at this point. They don't have sovereignty at this point, right? They're subservient to the Persian kingdom, right? So they don't have any sovereignty. So they're not, there's no sense of a king, unless you're saying that this language here is figurative. And you're saying it's not literal, just figurative, where it's talking about sitting and ruling.
yeah,
This means that he's going to take charge in some way, shape, or form. I mean, you have to say that. You'd have to define
and I would have no problem. I would have no problem looking at it in that way, because I mean, 13 is very clear. It says, even he shall build a temple of the Most High, and he shall bear the glory, and shall sit and rule upon his throne, and he shall be a priest upon his throne, and the council of peace shall be between them both. And then it talks about crowning in verse 14, and the crown shall be to Helem and Tobiah and to Jedediah and to Hen and the son of Zephaniah. And those are all the people who were listed earlier. So we see them all connected here. So I don't see how they could be separated. All this is together.
So you would see this. You wouldn't compare this to any other text outside of Zechariah where it mentions the branch and rebuilding of the temple.
I had a PowerPoint. Honestly, I studied this, and I had some PowerPoint slides and connections. I couldn't find it. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and look at this video. Look at this video and check some of my notes to see what else I found. But for right now, I just wanted to point this out because I'm looking and I'm seeing the fulfillment of this. But I do notice that there are even other prophecies that are so associated with the New Testament Messiah Yeshua. And I was recently a believer in the New Testament, and so I started doing some real deeper studies on the prophecies. And then I started to really see a disconnect to where prophecies that were attached to Yeshua had completely nothing to do with him. And I think one of the brothers mentioned earlier, he mentioned Isaiah chapter 7. There's plenty more. There's Micah 5:2. There's many more prophecies that literally were already fulfilled in their time periods. And then they're all of a sudden being associated with the Messiah. So those are the problems that I've had. But I wanted to just address this one that you brought out, just to respect you and what you put together today.
Yeah, definitely. And I appreciate your feedback. And like I said, I'm familiar with that position, and also the people who are dissidents from a previous position based on your understanding. So with me understanding all of that, and still looking at the person of Yeshua, what am I seeing? Right? Because remember, I said there's a biblical Yeshua, there's a historical Yeshua. The objective is to try to find harmony between the two, if it exists at all. Right? And this is something that scholars have been doing for a long period of time. And there's tons of work on that, where a lot of things you're saying have already been harmonized. Right? So a lot of people are just not exposed to those positions. So when you see things like that, it seems disjointed, it seems misapplied, like the brother Ezra was saying, but in actuality, it's not. Because, again, have you read commentaries on Zechariah by external sources that were contemporary to that time and came a little bit later? Because they actually have oral traditions in regards to their commentary on how they understood within this context during their time period.
Yeah, no, I haven't looked too much at commentary and stuff like that, because to be honest, like I feel my personal opinion on commentary is that it can be biased, towards somebody's beliefs. They can try to squeeze things and fit things in. For instance, especially reading the New Testament, you see that a lot where you'll see, oh, here was the dietary was this is when the dietary law was thrown out, or you'll see certain things like that. So I really try to just pray and meditate on the word, examine it myself, think about the culture as I know it to be, and understand it, and then just try to put two and two together. I don't think it's too complex.
I
When
feel you.
yeah.
So my
So
last thing I'll say to you and let you go, because is this is getting a little long in the tooth. Not your fault,
oh
but
no, I know, man. You the late night.
yeah.
Late
So
night talking.
when I read the scripture earlier in Jeremiah, who was that to you in Jeremiah chapter 23, 3-6? Who's that?
Um,
Do you believe that? Do you believe David will be resurrected and reinstalled as the king over Israel?
That's a good one. That's a good question, because a lot of people, I know some people that believe that David is going to be resurrected. He's going to be raised up, as it talks to my servant David. But Israel is also known as Jacob, so it can be figuratively speaking about somebody else who's going to come from the lineage of David, who's going to come from his lineage or his seed passed on. So that's a interesting.
So you don't believe that is literal there, and you said that could be figurative, but you do take Zechariah 6 literal, right?
Yeah, see, and that's the thing. I got to look back at that again. But it's interesting just because I think the way it's spoken about, and I think the difference between Zechariah is now you're looking at something that we see later on spoken about is fulfillment. Like I pointed out in Ezra, we see that the temple was built according to that, and that was literally connected to Zechariah, him building the temple, Joshua building the temple. So I see that being fulfilled, and literally because of the the things that come out as other witnesses. But when we talk about Jeremiah, myself, I'm still researching the whole my servant David and stuff like that, because I think that's a really interesting perspective. Talking, people talking about David's going to be resurrected. I find that fascinating, but I haven't clinged on to that understanding yet. To say David's going to be resurrected from the dead.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. So I'm gonna get up out of here, my brother, so I don't fall asleep on camera. I appreciate your time and your insight as always. I'm surprised you up at 3:52 in the morning. All praise to the Most High. You know what I'm saying?
It's 1:52 where I'm at.
Oh, okay, it's an hour. Oh, 2 hours behind. Okay, so you straight. But yeah, thank you for your time, my brother. Like I said, you're welcome anytime in the future. Come on here, share your new discoveries, and let me know. So I know from the times in the past when I spoke to you, what you're saying now is completely different. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
So it's always good to hear that journey, and for me to support you in any way that I can, and also give dialogue to ensure that whatever you walked away from before was thoroughly inspected before making a steady decision. So no problem. So I love you, my brother. Thank you for coming on, and I'm gonna speak to you again. Okay.
I love you too, brother. Be increased, man.
You too, King. Shalom. All right, so let me go, family. Thank y'all for staying awake for 4.5 hours. Hopefully you guys enjoy this. Again, I'm going to add timestamps by way of timelines. So if you want to go back and revisit it, you'll be able to see the intro. You'll be able to see the exhortation that I gave. You'll be able to see the session the part that I did in regards to the scriptures I went over, and then you'll be able to see the Q&A. All right, so you can always go back and click on the timestamps in the description, or look at the timeline on the video, and then from there you'll be able to get to any point of this session, so it can make it more manageable, being that the video was 4.5 hours long. All right, so again, family, before you head out, hit that thumbs up button, family. Thank you for everybody who donated via the super chat. Thank you everybody who donated via the Cash App, and everybody who signed up for our Patreon. I appreciate your time. Thank you everybody for your prayers and the input that you place in the chat. I looked at a couple things, but I'll go back over it again. Y'all was putting some fire in there too, so I appreciate that. We got the best chat on YouTube, man. Nobody's better than this chat that we got on YouTube, man. Nobody. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna ride for y'all, you'll ride for me, man. Let's do it as a collective, as a village, and let's get this work done. At the end of the day, it's how can we take this information and build a real community, do real nation building. And if you can't do that with the information you teaching, then you're wasting people's time, because they might as well stay in church and be rocked back to sleep. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my position on it, and that's just how I feel. You know what I'm saying? So with that being the case, family, I love y'all. Thank you for watching. Tune into our next Freestyle Friday. I got some more videos that I have to upload. I'm too tired now to do a Sabbath message. I wasn't trying to be on this long. I was trying to get off at least by 2:15, so I can use the rest of my waking time to the Sabbath message. So what I'll do tomorrow is I will deliver a Sabbath message. It just won't be in video format. It'll be the same way that I did last week. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. I'll make sure I work on it. Well, later on today, I'll work on it so you guys have something. But going forward, you know, I need timekeepers to keep me, you know, done by 2 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? So I can use the rest of that time to do a Sabbath message for you guys. All right. Because I know this is what you guys are asking for now, and I want to keep up with the demand. All right. But again, I'm here to sacrifice for y'all. I'm here to help y'all any way I can. If you have any questions, concerns, need help with something or whatever, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. You can also call us at 678-430-3832. Again, we're looking for volunteers and also hired help in regards to building KHM so we can reach more people, create more services and programs, products, goods, and infrastructure for an ecosystem of support that's desperately needed in our community, and be able to once again put the Most High's name on the map. You feel what I'm saying? By enjoying the prosperity of keeping Torah that he has promised us. We have to hold him to his word. All right. And if we're not going to do it now, then we might as well just throw in the towel. Okay. So with that, family, thank you for watching. Thank you for staying up. I appreciate it. Love you, family. And again, if you need us again, call or email us. We're here for you. And thank you, everybody, for your support. I love you guys. Again, share this video. And until we meet again, peace and shalom.